All right, you guys. Hey, everybody, and welcome back to the channel today. We are here at 6 p.m. for the CRPA TV election live stream. We did one of these for the primary elections earlier this year. We have heard you in the comments, so we are back to do it here for the general election. Sitting to my left, as was last time, we have the legislative director for CRPA. That is Rick Travis. Rick, thanks for coming in.
I love doing this with you.
Absolutely. And of course, I am Kevin Small. I am the Advocacy and Outreach Director here at CRPA as well. And for those of you who don't get to see behind the camera, we also have our communications manager, Jacob, working the computers, making sure all the transitions are going well, all of the graphics are built out and everything. Always want to say thank you to you, Jacob. And then we've also got our political consultant, Kurt, behind the scenes here, who's going to be feeding us the data live so that we can report it to you. But most importantly, I wanted to see you, Rick. So it's nice having you in studio.
Always good to be here.
We do a lot of videos through Zoom, so it's nice to have you in studio. But more importantly, you know, we wanted to talk about some stuff as this election cycle has been for over a year now. Just really talking about not just the results that we're seeing tonight, but also some of the stuff that we've seen all the way up until today. But as far as housekeeping is concerned, like I said, we heard you guys in the comments. If you can cue the map here, Jacob, this is what the map is going to look like as states continue to be called. We're going to go through where we currently are now here in just a minute. But this is what the map is going to look like. We're going to go through it with updates as they come in. We also have election notifications. If we're talking about something and a state gets called, we want you guys to know as soon as possible, Jacob. So if you could cue that right now, and you will see that in the bottom right-hand corner of your screen. Also, guys, I want to thank you. You know, we just opened up Super Chats for this channel a couple of weeks ago. Those are always appreciated. We are a Second Amendment organization, and we're trying to get Second Amendment litigation pushed through the courts as well as the programs that we have here. So any Super Chats you guys want to send, those will be most definitely appreciated. And we're also going to go through predictions. We haven't seen each other's predictions yet. But Rick did a predictions map and I did a predictions map. So we're going to go through those, and by the end of the night, we'll see. I mean, we have one or two bets already underway as far as states being called is concerned. But overall, just a lot of topics that I wanted to discuss with you. I know, Rick, you have a background going back pretty far in politics. I know that you got a lot going on in your noggin up there, so I really just want to extract that as this election night goes on. We're going to have some promos for you guys. We're trying really hard on a programmatic level in general for CRPA to start getting those electronic communications out. I want to know what you guys think. Drop your comments in the comment section what you think about these CRPA promos. Also, I want to thank the sponsors of this channel. We've got CCW Safe as well as the Police Credit Union. They've been sponsors to this channel over a year now. We certainly appreciate that, especially the Police Credit Union has been a sponsor for over a year. CCW Safe is newer, but definitely appreciate those sponsors. And then just as the live stream goes along here, I think what you guys are going to find, the polls close at 8 p.m. here in California, which is why, you know, we as Californians do show up fashionably late as compared to a lot of other election live streams that are going on. But we are here now at 6 o'clock, and you've got those you got those battleground states like Arizona and Michigan that just closed. We're going to be keeping along with these as the totals end up coming in. But Rick, and maybe Jacob, we can go back to the map here really quick. Let's just go ahead and talk about the overview of the election so far, what we've seen, and what the electoral count is.
Yeah, so right now we're at 178 for Trump, 113 for Kamala. Trump is doing well, but he's doing well where most of us thought. I mean, when we get to our predictions, I'll just say it straight out. Earlier today I was looking New York, including from Elise Stefanik, who is one of the members of Congress in that area. And I think this is going to be something we're going to see throughout the night. States, there are some states like Maine and Nebraska where they've divided up their electoral college so they can represent both the dense urban population versus the non-urban population. And so when you look at states like New York or California, our own home state, you see blue, because generally speaking, they go Democrat. But when you actually go and look at the precincts, you'll see like, holy crap, there's like Manhattan's blue, little of that area is blue, and the rest of New York is red. And same in California. You and I both know the vast majority of the land surface territory is red in this state. But because we have, LA with 13.8 million people, it tends to make the whole state blue. So there is an argument that people make of like why rural areas just aren't represented well and should have more of the electoral college vote. And I'm sure that will be something that, as every election, will be debated hotly at the close of this. But right now, I think what you got to realize too is that when we're looking at these, a lot of these places, like we'll talk later on, but it comes down to literally 2, maybe 3 counties. In some states like Nevada and Arizona, it's primarily 2 counties. We're going to look at Maricopa in Arizona. We'll look at Washoe inside Nevada, because those are the counties that have the population density. And if either of these candidates carries that county, they're going to take the state.
Well, and I think we haven't really seen anything out of the ordinary yet. You've got some of these states being called: Mississippi, Alabama, South Carolina, Tennessee, Kentucky, Florida. I don't think we're really expecting any change there. Same thing with Illinois, Vermont, Massachusetts, Connecticut, Maryland. All of these states, they have called already, which is why we have the electoral count of 178 to 113. But where we are seeing some interesting stuff is how well Trump is doing in Georgia, as well as how well Trump is doing in Virginia.
Yeah, so Trump's doing pretty good in Virginia. Georgia is the one that I'm looking at. There's a couple counties in Georgia that are going to be critical for Trump to win in order to take the whole state. Same is going to be true in North Carolina, Pennsylvania, and obviously you said Michigan, Wisconsin, and Arizona, Nevada. So those states, that's why they've been called the swing states for this whole thing. New Hampshire's an interesting state. I actually pick it in my predictions to go to Trump.
Oh, really?
But I did that because I thought there was a good chance the governor was going to take the state. It looks like the governor could, the Republican governor candidate. So as a result, that could bode well for Trump, or New Hampshire could be a never Trumper state. And so that we're going to get to see that impact too.
Yeah. Can you go ahead and, if you can, explain this to me? Because I've already had a metaphorical heart attack when when they pulled up election totals for Ohio, showing Kamala Harris at 70% and Trump at 30%. We see this a lot throughout the states, and I mean, even in Pennsylvania right now, it's a 70-30 split that Donald Trump seems to be tightening that gap as more voting comes in. How exactly do these early totals come in? Is there a specific pattern to it, or what?
Not necessarily. I mean, throughout today, we've seen voter irregularities, which everybody on both sides anticipated. Some of it was machines going down. Some of it's the poll workers. I think there's a lot of people out there honestly trying to make sure that doesn't impact this election. But as you're looking, I think there's a lot of people trying to be very, very careful, sometimes maybe too careful in bringing things in. So these votes are controlled in different areas. And like I said, it happens to be where populations, and there's some assumptions made. I mean, you look at some states like Texas or Wyoming, and they're not 88% counted, but basically they looked at the initial returns and some things. They look at the stats over a period of time, they call them. And that's one of the things that media has been criticized for, and even groups like us can be criticized for, because you don't know until the last votes count. There are several elections that have happened here in the last couple of years in California where we literally didn't know for like 4 weeks, because those elections were decided by less than 500 votes. So, it wouldn't shock me if one or two of these states could become, go back to not being red or blue in the evening and could flip. But right now, this looks like it's following the predicted lines of being a very tight race, even though some of us, me included, were hoping for not so tight a race.
And for it to be called sooner rather than later,
Yeah.
which is why I think it's important to focus on the national election right now. But at the end of the day, you just have to remember the vote totals that you might be seeing on websites. They might not be indicative of the vote that is going to be at the end of the night.
Correct.
So
Yeah.
it's worth following along. Obviously, it's entertaining if you want to ride some highs and some lows, get that little adrenaline rush. But
It's our favorite sport. I mean, we claim other sports, but the favorite sport is every 4 years, the presidential election.
well, and I guess so. I guess for the sake of the organization, there was an endorsement for president. So I guess just throwing that out there, CRPA endorsed Donald Trump for president. Do you
Correct.
want to go into at all, why the endorsement happened?
Sure. When we look at the CRPA Political Action Committee, we look at it through the lens of primarily the Second Amendment. Obviously, we care about the whole Constitution. You have Donald Trump, who has a track record of working hard, including during the COVID shutdowns. I had the privilege of serving with about 100 other people nationwide on a committee to try to keep areas that were significant, such as gun stores and ranges, open, that were critical. And his administration did everything to work nationwide to maintain people's access to their Second Amendment rights and the right to defend themselves. You juxtapose that during the time I've worked here. I've watched, San Francisco attorney. I've watched a state attorney general. I've watched our U.S. senator and now our vice president, Kamala Harris, do the diabolical opposite over and over and over again. So she gets an F when it comes to the Second Amendment. Donald Trump gets an A. Very easy endorsement.
Yeah, and we can certainly dive in. On my notes, I have a couple of those things in there, so definitely want to dive deeper into those with you later. But one thing that actually is one of the things that we might not necessarily agree 100% on is the concept of the popular vote. I'm curious what your thoughts are. The popular vote does not go into the Electoral College.
No, it does not.
How important do you think the popular vote is?
So this is a debate area that, especially the last couple elections, everybody gets very hot. And I think part of it, the reason they do, is because I don't think a lot of people studied history, and definitely not presidential history. Tight electoral college races have happened multiple times. There have been people that did not, get this, brace yourself, didn't win the electoral college and didn't win the popular vote and ended up being president. And you're like, wait, what? Huh? Yeah, John Quincy Adams. I mean, it took several manipulations of the electoral college that happened over a few days. Yeah, a few days, not the same night as the election, for him to become a president. And I think there's 2 points I'd make. Number one, the experiment called the United States of America survived. So some of the doom and gloom I hear from everybody, I'm like, yeah, I get it, but we're Americans. We'll figure it out.
So I think that's a fair answer, and I don't think you'll find too many people within the firearms advocacy group that would disagree with you. Do you think it's worth a different perspective on the cultural level, though? And here's really why I say this. Okay, because
do you really want me to answer this question?
I mean,
I'm going to go off.
I kind of do, because regardless, well, I guess I can't say regardless. When Trump won in 2016, we saw a huge media cycle of people basically calling for the abolition of the Electoral College because Hillary Clinton won the popular vote. That
It's not a democracy.
I understand, although a lot of Democratic politicians might disagree with you, as they're always claiming that they need to save our democracy.
But there's no democracy to save.
Again, and I guess at this point I'm just playing devil's advocate. But I guess
Newsflash.
at the very least, for the sake of our dinner tables, does Donald Trump, if he wins the Electoral College, and he wins the popular vote, do you see the calls to abolish the Electoral College dying down as far as the cultural conversation and the mainstream media is concerned?
No, I think what you'll see. Okay, so there's basically three routes to go. Harris wins both. Well, actually four. Harris wins both is one. Harris wins the popular vote, loses the Electoral College to Trump. Or you flip that. Trump wins the popular vote, or he wins them all. I think in any scenario where Donald Trump comes on top, the left, the far left, is going to freak out and call for the abolishment of the Electoral College yet again. But my point comes back to, I think what is so salient in this argument is when you honestly look at who we are as a country, we're not a democracy. Yeah. And I cringe every time I'm in the state capitol, anytime I'm at a college speaking, and people are like, we're a democracy. No, we're not a democracy. We're a representative republic. So we vote, those votes, like in California, we vote here. Doesn't matter who I vote for. I'm pretty sure when I say this, the 54 representatives from California that make up the Electoral College will be voting for Harris because we're a Democratic state. I know that ticks a lot of people off, me included, for the record, but that's the way it works. And if I live in a state like, say, Wyoming, well, if I'm a liberal Democrat and I live there because I love the land and I love the beauty of that state and everything else, great. But those votes are going to go, as we can see tonight, to Donald Trump. That is what being in a representative republic is.
Well, and it's fair, right? Who was it who said, if we were a democracy, I would only be campaigning in California, Texas, and New York.
Well, and what I love is there are some families that do this, but most families I know, they're not ran as a democracy. Like mom and dad don't sit there and go, oh, we had 3 kids. They can outvote us. They get the car. They get the house. They get the retirement. Nope. Not how it works.
Yeah. Well, I guess so. Those are some of the bigger, overarching themes that you see in an election. But let's go to this really quick. It looks like they have just called Ohio for Trump. Would you have expected that?
Yeah, I was pulling for that.
You were pulling for that. I feel like as the way things have been trending, especially with the polls over the last several months, Ohio used to be considered a really strong swing state, and I feel it's just kind of gone further and further away from that over the last 4 years.
Well, I think, and this is going to be something that's going to be studied. I mean, so a lot of the people watching this tonight who have been honored us by jumping in to listen to what we have to say about this, I think one of the things that we have to realize in our community, and I say it all the time, and you're probably sick of hearing me say it, is you have to constantly push back. You can't expect to win the first day. You have to keep bringing the same arguments, the same thing over and over and over. And I'm curious to see what happens in Pennsylvania because a lot of work went into that area to do it. But when you look at how hard Trump's team has worked in states like Ohio and Pennsylvania and others, it has been to get out to vote and to go to population groups that largely have been ignored, like the Amish. And, population groups that we're going to see tonight, and that's why I'm really curious to look, we're not going to go into it here, but over the next few weeks, both myself and Kurt, who you can't see in the background, we're going to be looking at states like New York to say, okay, so how effective was that outreach to the Jewish population in New York? How much did the Gaza situation play on that vote? How much did that flip it? Because there are some issues that are going to flip some cultural groups here in the United States based on a single thing.
Yeah, and I know that there's always that glimmer of hope, right? But The polling over the last few months has also suggested Trump's made a lot of ground in New York. Now, obviously, it doesn't look like it was enough to turn it, but
but that's where I want to go back to, that gradualism. So this is the thing that in our community really chaps me at times, is that our community will look and go, well, see, Rick, New York, you thought it could go and it didn't, so you were wrong.
Not necessarily.
Yeah, not necessarily,
Yeah.
because yes, it went for Harris, but we won't know the numbers for a couple of days now, but let's take it like, hey, it was only 35% for Trump in 2020, and I don't know. I mean, that's just a number I'm putting out there. Now, if it's 45%, yes, he still lost it, but that's a 10-point gain in this example. And again, those aren't actual numbers, but I'm just saying that's a positive.
I think that's what they were in the polls, though. The polls were showing that Trump likely made up 10 points in New York. It's just that the gap was more than 10 points.
Right.
So,
but that sets up 4 years from now,
right,
the next person.
Or even further into the future. Yeah. Jacob, let's go ahead and bring up the map here one more time. Just like I said, there have been some more states called. You've got North and South Dakota, Wyoming. This is going to bring the Electoral College count to 195 for Trump, 113 for Harris. As more of these totals come in. And Kurt, I wonder if you could pull us...
75 votes.
75 votes away from the 270. Kurt, I'm curious if you can pull up some data for us on Virginia and Georgia. I know that, and Pennsylvania, because I know that those were looking pretty competitive. But while he's doing that, Rick, one other, I guess, overarching thing that I forgot. This is a new development, and this is something that I just simply don't understand. I don't know if it's in the same category. I'm not into cryptocurrency or gambling that much, but
Polymarket.
Polymarket has made some waves when it comes to this election. As the night has gone on, it looks like Trump is up 73-27 on Polymarket. First of all, can you explain to me what Polymarket is? Is it basically something like stocks where you can buy shares or what? And then I feel like when I looked at this earlier, it was like Trump at 58%. Now it's at 73%. So what is it, and what's up with that shift?
So what it shows is people who play the options market. Robinhood, which is an app that a lot of people use at Advocacy, and I'll speak to Robinhood because I actually might have taken part in this. But what you do is you choose how many shares that you are going to purchase, and we had something going on in the background. You look at how many shares you're going to purchase, and then those numbers of shares purchased, like in this case, if you purchased at 73%, Trump wins, you get $1 back for every 73 cents. Kamala would be a bigger gain if you bought them right now at 27 cents a share, but that's what it is. So right now, this is telling you where people are putting their money and saying that they're feeling confident over Trump.
So this is literally the money talking, and they have essentially turned it into a quasi-election prediction.
Right.
As people feel more and more like Trump is going to take this election, his percentage has continued to go up, which means you're saying more and more people are buying those shares for Trump.
Right, as we speak. And
right.
And that could be things like Virginia. Like Virginia's a very tight thing. It's going to go back and forth. Right now, he's almost up a full percentage point, 49.6 to 48.7. He's gained a little bit in Pennsylvania. Earlier, Pennsylvania was showing Kamala in the mid-60s. Now she's down to 57.8. Trump's up at 41.4. So that's changed a little bit.
I'm curious, what percentage is it? So Pennsylvania,
22% in Pennsylvania is in.
So that's something that... Kamala had a huge lead in Pennsylvania with, I think it was like 17% of the vote, almost cut in half with 5% more of the vote coming in. And I guess
Virginia's 52%.
Okay, and this is kind of what we're talking about just when it comes to the highs and the lows of the numbers coming in, whether it's a county that's heavily Democrat or heavily Republican, and the population of the county that matters.
And some of these states like Ohio get called because, like I said, in some of these states, it literally comes down to 1 to maybe 4 counties in the state that really control the outcome of the entire state. And to make that easy for people in California to understand, if you think about it, you can have multiple counties in the mid part of the state. Like, I'll just play with some of them. Kern, Tulare, Kings, you know, Lake and Mendocino up north. Well, that's great. You could carry all of those. But if your opponent takes LA County, that's 13.5 million votes. That's like 4 times all those places put together. So that's why you can have a county like Los Angeles. It just, on paper, it seems like one county has so much weight because it has so many people.
Yeah. Well, I guess before too much of this map is filled in, Jacob, why don't you go ahead and pull up Rick's and my predictions. Rick, I am curious to see what your predictions look like as compared to mine. And guys, this is actually really easy to do. Something that I didn't realize. I'm sure it was available in 2020 as well as 2016. But this is off of a website called Road to 270.
270 to win.
270towin.com. While a lot of these states are filled in, a lot of the ones that people are hinging on are not reporting victories for either Harris or Trump yet. So if you want to play along, go ahead and go to that website, fill out for yourself. Let's see what is the differences. I felt like my map was pretty optimistic. It looks like your map was pretty optimistic as well. Where exactly did we differ, though?
New Mexico was one of them.
Okay, holy smokes. You had New Mexico going for Trump.
Yeah.
What's the logic there?
Just because I've been watching a lot of the politics and the ground game in New Mexico, and New Mexico literally picked up a large, significant percentage of new Republican voters and got the Republican registration up, and that was more than enough to fill the gap in my mind for him to be able to do better than he did against Biden. And so I see New Mexico is in play for Donald Trump.
You're kind of making me feel like a pessimist here. I also see that you had New Hampshire going for Trump as well as most of Maine.
Yeah, so New Hampshire's still fighting. New Hampshire's that state that I think people forget. It is the most conservative part of New England. They literally have people that walk around with, wait for it, guns. In fact, it was actually a shocker for me. I took my wife a few years ago to Maine, and we took the trip down to Boston, kind of seeing New England. And I remember stopping at gas in New Hampshire, and it was like literally 3 of 5 people getting gas were open carrying. And I was like, is there a gun show around? They're like, no, dude, this is like normal. And I was like, not where I come from. So, little jelly over the people in New Hampshire. So they're a state that can go very, very conservative. And we also, I'm just looking at the ground game there has been very interesting. Maine's another one of those states. Kevin, Maine's got 4 electoral votes. They're divided up 2-1-1. There's always one of those that goes Republican, but the one with 2 has flip-flopped several times over the last 50 years. And so I'm thinking if Trump's pulling really hard, he could pull that one. And so, yeah. I gave it to Maine.
Well, I wouldn't be disappointed if you proved me wrong there, but I think both of us have a pretty heavily favored Trump victory as far as the predictions are concerned. We're going to have to wait and see how this shapes out. I can tell you that as far as my predictions, the hardest one for me was Virginia. When I was filling it out, I think I went back and forth a few times, and I felt like maybe I should just try to be a little bit safer. Virginia went Biden, so I ended up putting that one blue. But that was the one that was really tough for me. But when it comes to Arizona, Nevada, Michigan, Wisconsin, Georgia, and North Carolina, I feel like there's definitely a trend here that a lot of people are jumping on, and I felt confident in making those predictions.
Yeah, I mean, I would be total denial if I said I thought they were done deals, but I think there are road maps, several different ways that it could happen. It could go that way. It's interesting watching as we move through this whole thing. The Polymarket, as we said, I mean, Trump's now over 75% on that. But also, there's a lot of other critical races because this isn't just a White House race. This is the Senate, control of the Senate, control of the House. There were some very hot races that were going to spill a lot. The Dems put a ton of money into removing Ted Cruz, but it's just been called that Ted Cruz has won re-election, so he's staying in. That is critical to the success of Trump if he gets back into office, which is my hope. But if he doesn't, that's also critical in having that check on a Harris administration.
Yeah, absolutely. And when it I guess let's talk about the Senate here for a second. I think at the start of the day today, because some of the Senate seats are up for election, some of them are not. Senate terms are 6 years. Is that correct? So.
Correct.
At the start of the day today, I think Republicans held an advantage in the Senate as far as the seats that aren't up for election.
Correct.
I think it was 38 to 28. So that means that there are a lot of Democrat-held Senate seats that are up for election that could be flipped, which could see again a Republican Senate.
Right. So, long as we get at least one more vote that puts us at 51. In the Senate, that would make the control go to the Republicans. And then the fight in the House is the same. It's going to be very interesting to see where some of those go. But it does look like I was wrong on New Hampshire. New Hampshire looks like
did they call it?
Yeah, I think it just went. So New Hampshire, I was wrong on. So that gave her a couple. But currently, it's 195 to 117.
Still a healthy lead. Does not include the western.
No. You're saying on California's got about big 54. So, just California, Oregon, and Washington put her in striking range.
Right.
And I don't see those three states not going to.
Well, let's talk about California for a second. We were frantically trying to get some more stuff for Jacob behind the scenes to queue up here. Let's talk about the state's voting expectations. You kind of already alluded to the fact that there are a few counties in California that overwhelmingly create the majority for the state as far as, say, the state going for Harris. I don't think in my lifetime, I was born in '88. At least my living memory, I don't remember the state ever voting for a Republican.
There was a time.
I'm sure. I'm told that there was. Those would have been the Reagan years, right?
Yep.
But as far as the voting expectations for Californians today, and as well as the early voting, what are your expectations there?
I think California is a great case study. It had voted Republican, and then ironically, Reagan allowed a lot of the people who came into the state, immigrants that came into the state illegally, to have amnesty. And instead of saying, hey, thank you to the Republican governor, they moved to the Democratic Party. Democrats have worked very, very hard on that. That's a very well-known fact. And that changed the shape of California. And but that is shifting in areas. And that's one of the things I would highlight in California. The Democratic Party went way, way left over the past few years.
Especially in California.
Yeah, especially in California. The whole idea of Californianizing the entire country, pushed by our Governor Gavin Newsom, that would be a good thing for the entire country, it'd be just like us. And I think that also has a play in this election, both nationally, but definitely in California, because we've seen lots of cities. I'm very proud of my hometown of Huntington Beach, where they have been very resistant to that and at great cost to local communities. But we're seeing a lot of people get out there and fight, and those are part of what we'll talk about later on tonight. Those elections.
What, Jacob? If you could queue up, I think it's attachment 3 or 3A. If you could call something corruption, can you call something corruption that is institutionalized? Because I'm pretty sure there are laws in California that basically forbid the polls to ask you for your ID in order to vote.
Right.
So is that still considered corruption, even if it's institutionalized corruption? Because we're already seeing this. Elon Musk actually has already retweeted or re-X'd, or I don't know what the terminology is on X. But as you can see here, Jacob, I'm going to ask you to play the video in just a second. You've got this guy in California. He says California is the most corrupt voting system in the U.S. When I voted in Glendale, California today, I refused to confirm my information was accurate, but the polling officials still had to trust me and issue me a ballot. I asked the polling official to check my ID, and they simply said what you'll see in the video. And then you've got Elon Musk commenting on it, saying, yeah, totally insane. The only reason to ban ID is to make voting fraud untraceable. So, and if you guys want to see what that looks like, here it is. Jacob, go ahead and play it.
Hello. How we doing?
Can I get the first 3 letters of your last name?
Yeah, H-E-N.
And the first 3 letters of your first name?
J-O-R. It may be that may be correct.
And then your house number?
It may be Avenues.
Oh, I see. They have to.
Yeah.
They didn't want to
Right.
dox him, so they.
So I think that's enough. I think what's interesting is as you
It
watch
might
this,
be 1985.
yeah, as you watch this go on, he gives a series of non-answers, and he's in Glendale, a very, I think majority still of Glendale is white. He's white, so you can't use any of the racial remarks on this, and the poll worker is white, and she's like, okay, well, thank you for all your non-answers, and here's your ballot. And the point they're making is there was no voter ID. And I think if you want to talk about voter ID is a huge issue that is going to be as hotly debated as the Electoral College. But it cracks me up that the left always is like, the United States needs to be more like Europe. And I don't know if you have it, Jacob, but we had a little chart that showed all the different countries around the world that demand voter ID. And when this goes up, I think this is going to be really interesting for a lot of people because, whatever side you're on this, that's your right to have that opinion, Kevin. But my point is, listen to the people who are saying, make us more like Europe,
Yeah.
but we don't want voter ID when Iceland, Sweden, Denmark, Ireland, Switzerland, Finland, Germany, the Netherlands, Austria, Spain, France, Italy. Are you kidding me? Europe has voter ID, Kevin. Europe says, oh, if you don't have voter ID, you don't vote. So which is it? Are we trying to be like Europe? Because if we're doing that, then we should have voter ID. If we're on the bandwagon, we want to look nothing like Europe, then okay, I get it. But you don't get to play when it's convenient.
Yeah, and I think it is kind of silly, and not just on something like voter ID. You do see a large population of the left consistently pointing to Europe as an example. So much so, and I mean, I remember there was a huge talking point on socialism where people were pointing to countries like Sweden, to where Sweden literally issued a press conference saying, "Hey, stop calling us socialist. We are not socialist. We are a capitalist society,
Right.
which is why we continue to prosper." So a little bit of silliness there, and a little bit of silliness in the video itself, but it does kind of prove the point, does it not? Especially in the age of the internet, especially when people like Rob Bonta are looking over our Department of Justice that is leaking information on CCW holders.
Right.
It's never been an easier time to get somebody's name, address, and birthday.
Right.
So anybody could
Or
get
information
that.
about what kind of firearms they own, where they live.
All of it. Although I think at the polls, all they require you is your
Right.
address, your date of birth, and your name.
Mm-hmm.
But it's never been an easier time to get that information. I mean, just go on Facebook, man. Like you can find that information just on the social media platforms. So,
But you also can just pick people up and drive them to the polls in California. I mean, we've seen this before where Democrats would roll up in buses to homeless villages and pick up the homeless and then say, hey, here's, Coke and a lunch and just vote this way. And they go get a provisional ballot and do so. You know, and when's the last time you saw the breaking news story? Oh, we booted, 500, 5,000, 50,000 provisional homeless ballots. No. But literally a homeless person could get their breakfast going to one poll, a lunch going to another, dinner going to another, and voted 3 times in California with a provisional ballot.
yeah, that is insane. I mean, is that the only corruption that you see here in California? I mean, let's just think about the 2020 elections in general. We saw a lot of inconsistencies. We saw a lot of lawsuits that followed. As far as voting machines are concerned, have we really seen this in California as well?
Yeah, and I think it's more important to realize this isn't a new phenomena. I've been talking about this for, 4 years now. This is a issue. I mean, we saw JFK beat, Richard Nixon in the election of 60, but, which was before I was around. But, we also both went to college, and by the time both of us got into college, it was like, oh, yeah, the dead were voting in Chicago. Not a joke, literally happened. It's not new. It's just, being honest about it and saying this is why when you're running a political campaign, I tell people all the time, you have to run it to win it by a landslide because you're always going to be fighting cheating.
Well, certainly not going into the oversight territory. I know that there has been tremendous efforts nationwide after the 2020 election to ensure that things like this don't happen. I'm hoping that those efforts are effective. But as we see the votes roll in here, I'm sure that we're going to continue and see more stories like this. I mean, this story was shared today. Yeah. I'm sure we're going to see more and more. And I guess there always has been these stories, whether or not it's on a massive scale, like it may have felt like in 2020, is a different issue. But it's definitely something to follow along.
Well, I would say 3 things before we move on to the next topic matter that I think are really easy fixes in this system. But it takes all of us taking a couple deep breaths when we're upset, righteously so, and saying, how do we fix this? One is you take what happened up in, I believe it was Oregon earlier this week, where people were firebombing, ballot collection points. Okay, why are we putting ballot collection points in an area where there's no one observing, there's no cameras, that's like putting a bank ATM in the middle of a dark parking lot and go, I wonder if it's going to get hit.
Yeah.
Are you kidding me? It's going to get hit. I think the second issue with this is making sure that you're holding your government accountable by saying, let people know where these are at. Now, I will say Orange County, where our headquarters is, has went to a great amount of work to let people know all the places to go, how to get there, get it all mapped out. And the third thing is to really start holding people accountable by saying, no, we're not going to give up just because the election's over. We're going to go to our city councils. We're going to go to our boards of supervisors, and we're going to demand that this gets resolved and be the squeaky wheel.
Well, again, aspirations for the future. Yeah. I guess that it's always going to be an effort. So long as there are elections going on in this country and this state, it's always going to be an effort. Maybe Jacob and Kurt, what do you think about bringing up the map again? I don't think there's been any states called, but just as a reminder, something that has changed. Trump on Polymarket has just about hit 80%, and I guess Kurt, the 2 states that I'm consistently thinking about here is Georgia and Virginia. So if every so often, and Pennsylvania. So if every so often you could give me an update on the percentage on those, as well as the voting is concerned. But let's talk about the nation as a whole again, Rick. This is something that you were talking about to me, but beforehand, off stream. You were basically making the claim that 13 counties, not states, 13 counties in the U.S. would have a heavy impact on the election. What's going on with those 13 counties?
So, you have some counties like in Georgia, and I'm going to look at my notes real quick so I say the counties right. But you have Baldwin County in Georgia. In 2020, it voted for Biden by 1.3 votes. It was down from Hillary Clinton of 1.7 in 2016. If Trump becomes the first Republican to carry it since 2004, it would be an ominous sign for Harris's effectiveness in turning out black and young voters in the state, because that county really is that way. When you look to Fayette County, in 2020, it voted for Biden by 1.3, down from Hillary's 1.7 margin in 2016. if he becomes the first Republican to carry it since 2004, it would also show the exact same thing because there's a lot of young voters, a lot of black voters. We've seen Gen Z turn out. You can go look at Turning Point, Vivek Ramaswamy, along with, trying to think of his name, Charlie Kirk.
Oh, yeah.
Going across to 20 of the biggest campuses and getting out the vote and seeing how much of Gen Z has really left the DNC and they thought they had them in the bag and moved. So if they showed up and voted, because we all know we were both in college, a lot of times college kids get very excited about stuff and then go, and they blow it off. So provided they didn't blow it off, that would be really interesting. And then, you know, a lot of this is looking at how when you get into these different counties, you can also look at North Carolina, another hotly state. You got, let me see how you say that, Sabaris County. But they voted for Trump by 20 points in 2016, but just 9 in 2020. So, you know, they came back a little bit in 2022. So this is a county Harris has to get to take North Carolina. If Trump gets that county, it doesn't look well for her. And then Nash County in North Carolina. You know, in North Carolina got hit really hard by a hurricane. And so this is going to be very interesting. That's probably what's slowing down the vote count in North Carolina. They're still recovering from that. But Kevin, you're looking, that could be the big difference. Now, you know, we've got some updates. Virginia's got 58% of the vote counted. Trump's right at 50%. Kamala's at 48.3. Pennsylvania's got 32% in, and it's closing. The gap is closing. Kamala's at 51.8, and
All right,
Trump
I guess
is now 47.3.
just as we assumed there. So if you guys were paying attention to some of these sources early on, I think it was like 11% of the vote was in Pennsylvania, and Kamala Harris was up like 70-30. So as the vote has continued to come in, that has basically become a very highly contested state. Probably won't be getting that state called for a while going through the night.
Yeah.
But we're definitely going to want to be following along. So,
and nobody wants to make those states those mistakes. You know, like you go to Governor Brian Kemp. He feels Georgia's going to go. Georgia's got 78% of the vote in. Harris has got 47%. Trump's got 52.4. There are 2 counties that we already talked about. You know, so long as those 2 counties hold, Trump will take Georgia.
So, but basically what it sounds like you're saying here as far as these 13 counties is just like there are crucial states in the United States for the election, that really breaks down to crucial counties within those states.
Yeah, and sometimes within those counties, it comes down to, you can have a county like Orange County has many precincts. It can sometimes literally come down to half a dozen precincts that decides a county. And so this is where the nerdy people like myself and Kurt that works with me, and a lot of the people who work in Sacramento, people listen to our conversation like, what are they talking about? Because we're talking about, well, what about this precinct and what about that precinct? Because if you can get those, and that's why, I mean, let's not kid ourselves. Anybody that thinks that Donald Trump showed up at McDonald's or Donald Trump showed up in this vest because Americans were called garbage, not this actual vest, because I wouldn't be wearing it if he'd actually wore it. But, you know, if they think that was an accidental location, those were planned out because those campaign teams that looked, what precincts do we need to grab this county? And that's where they did those events at.
Well, it's really impactful to me working in advocacy and outreach here at CRPA that really, I guess, kind of highlights the impact of grassroots efforts at the local level. We are constantly pushing for Second Amendment advocacy at the local level, whether it's at, you know, the gun shows, city council meetings, board of supervisors meetings,
Capitol Day.
Yeah, all of it. It really does come down to the local stuff. I know that on a day like today, we're zooming out so that we can see the whole country, but it is interesting to kind of hear those sorts of things that really puts the microscope on the states to show you how it's being decided. I think that's really interesting. I
would like to point out one other thing. I mean, while we're talking about all this stuff with the Second Amendment, I think one of the things that people don't realize is Californians that have fled this state. We all know the famous U-Haul thing that we've had a lot more U-Hauls leave California than come back. Even the governor will admit that. Mm-hmm. But people just assume, oh, that was all the people in my Rod and Gun Club that left. No, 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 no. It's about 40% of our people, 60% of the liberal left are like, oh, things are kind of crazy and we want to go too. And, you know, our gun-toting neighbors, they seem to be pretty smart and they just bought X amount of acreage for the same house that I have. And they move. And I think that's one of the things too we've seen in some of these states, you know, states like Texas, you know, 20 years ago, this would have been a walk in the park for Ted Cruz. He would not have to have fought the battle he had to fight to stay in. But, you know, you go to Austin, and Austin has been Californianized. I mean, it's basically California in, and that's the capital of Texas. And so I think that's something that you really got to start looking at and saying, okay, you know, where is it at? And as we look at the blue wall, which is these swing states, you know, when Michigan's in now with 14%, Kamala's at 52.4, Trump at 45.7, but that's early. It's 14%. So it's going to be.
Well, yeah, I was actually going to say, but Jacob, before we take this map down, let's go ahead and run through some of these states that we definitely want to follow along with. So Rick just said it looks like in Michigan with 14% of the vote in, Kamala Harris is up 52.4 to 45.7. Georgia, however, you know, it has come. Trump was up, what was it, 6 or 7 points earlier. We're now looking at 78% of that vote in, and that lead has decreased a little bit, but Trump is holding at 52.4 to Kamala Harris's 47%. You already kind of talked about Pennsylvania. 32% of the vote in there. Kamala Harris is up 51.8 to 47.3, and Virginia, Trump is up 50 to 48. And I continue to be surprised. That's almost 60% of the vote. That is going to be monumental if Trump holds that lead.
Yeah,
in
if he
Virginia.
can flip Virginia, that will be huge.
But as we're talking about votes, I'm wondering, Jacob, if we can move here to number 5. I was curious about what your thoughts were on this, Rick, for a party platform that talks about democracy as much as the Democrat platform does. Prior to today, you know, and I guess you have to count early votes as today. Kamala Harris hadn't received one vote.
Not until today.
So here is an extreme rerouting of the process. Can you talk about that a little bit? I mean, just as far as your historical knowledge, do you know of anything else that's happened like this? You know, we saw something similar, just as far as, in my opinion, the Democratic Party operating in this way. There was a huge scandal with Bernie Sanders. Back in 2016, when it seemed like he had the votes that he needed to be the Democrat nominee, they installed Hillary Clinton. But here, I know that you have a candidate that dropped out, as Biden did. But here we are on election night, and Kamala Harris is receiving her very first vote.
So I'll make a couple comments. If we go back to 2016, when it was the Hillary Clinton Bernie Sanders duke out for the election. Bernie Sanders, make no mistake, was the DNC candidate. He was to be it. But what happened was, and this is well documented, this isn't me creating anything, this is just fact. You can go up and look at all of this. The DNC was almost, if not very close to being bankrupt. And the Clinton Foundation, with Hillary as one of the heads of the Clinton Foundation, came in and gave a loan to bail out the DNC. But with that loan came, guess who's not running for president anymore, because you will have one candidate and it would be, Hillary. And so the voice of the people was suppressed in the 2016 election to allow Hillary Clinton to run. And so she basically bought the DNC and tried to buy the presidency, which is why I've always found all of her comments about Donald Trump and his money extremely ironic, because you know, I don't know about you, Kevin, but when I went to high school, we were, I will say it this way, forced by English teachers to read certain kinds of literature, and I dreaded William Shakespeare. Yet, at this point in my life, William Shakespeare is like the man, because he has this famous quote, "Thou protest too much," and it's true. She protests about all this stuff that she is absolutely guilty of, and it's been proven. Now you come into this election, or the 2020s, you saw the same thing going on. In this election, Biden was running. Biden had every right to run as the incumbent. Biden, before it ever got to the point of where Kamala Harris had the opportunity to do what was done, had literally stopped any other Democrat from running, including Robert F. Kennedy, had literally banished him, said no to everything, which I still find ironic. Like, Kennedys are known for being assassinated, and it's like Robert Kennedy says he's going to run it, and Joe Biden's like, yeah, well, you're not getting Secret Service.
Yeah,
like,
he refused him Secret Service.
several
can't believe
times. And then what you saw was everybody started to question Biden's mental acuity. And then you had the Hollywood elite panicking because I think the George Clooney's in the world and stuff have something to hide. I don't know what it is, but they don't want to out, so they want to keep their people in. And so they start writing letters in newspapers, Mr. President, please step down. He doesn't budge. And then one night, an email that was not on official White House stationery, this magical letter that doesn't look anything like his handwriting, the signature doesn't match or anything, gets put out, and the media's like, oh my God, he's not running. And then within 24 hours, like, there's this whole magical thing that happens. And you even heard our own governor, who was trying to be a great surrogate, but was like, but if you're not running, I'm trying to set myself up to run. We all knew that nationwide. Get told, park you in the back, dude, because Harris is going to be running. And so I think there's a big manipulation going on, and I'll just call it, it was a bloodless coup.
Well, and I mean, I don't really think there's any other way to define it. And I also find it extraordinarily interesting how she was able to gather so many delegates so quickly after consistently being asked, what is going on here, and the support was being given all the way up until it wasn't. There were also lots of questions about the mental performance of Joe Biden, and again, the support there was the support was always there until it wasn't. So I think that is kind of a coup right in front of our eyes. Mm-hmm. You basically have another way to have this person continue to gain prominence in politics without being elected. I think we're seeing history just in the presidential election, but we're definitely seeing history in there.
But let's go back to the democracy thing. We as Americans fought Great Britain. And one of the key, most salient points in fighting Great Britain was to say, we, the people, are to have a voice in who is our leaders. We watched the DNC in 2016 rob arguably 50% of the country that was part of the Democratic Party. I'm not saying it's a clean 50%, but half the country that wanted Sanders to run. And they said, no, you don't get to run. And Sanders fought really, really hard. He did, I think, everything he could humanly do against that machine and got shut down.
Until he completely folded.
Right.
Do you remember that? It was like fight, and then all of a sudden he's folding and he's buying a second and third house for millions of dollars. So,
right. And then you have what's went on this past year. You watched a number of leading Dems that have left the Democratic Party under the guise that the Democratic Party left them, actually. And you look at, we have people today that are excited about someone who never went through a primary, who never received a vote, who didn't do their job because, okay, let's say Biden was not fit to run for president. Then it was the vice president's constitutional responsibility to enact the 25th Amendment and remove him from office. Yet she didn't, but she accepted it. He said, yeah, just joking. After all these months of running, after all these months of you saying I could be in office, just joking.
Well, and let's also not forget the abysmal political track record that she had in 2020. She was deemed the unelectable person in 2020.
Right.
I don't think she got one delegate in that primary. So yeah, definitely an interesting rise to prominence. I think a bloodless coup is a good way to identify that. But I do want to talk about real girl power with you, not just in the politics, but also what we've seen as trends in the Second Amendment. But if you could, Jacob, go ahead and pull up the map one more time really quick. Look, Rick, you want to? It looks like we're getting an update in Virginia. What's that looking like?
Yeah, Virginia, Trump is edging up with 61% of the vote, and he's now at 50.1. It's going to be close. He's looking good. Georgia has 80% of the vote in. Trump's at 52%, a little over 52%. We're looking at he's picking up in Pennsylvania and closing that gap. That gap is less than a point.
50 to 49.1.
Yeah.
He's closing it good.
Yeah, and that's with 40% of the vote in. So a lot of these races are exactly what we said they were going to be, razor tight.
Yeah, and guys, as we continue to follow along with these, I do want to let you know it is 7 o'clock, which means more polls are closing. I know that we've got some key swing states that we're kind of following along here.
He's picking up in Michigan as well.
That's good.
So it's edging.
So as some of these states get called, we're obviously going to cover that, and we're going to cover these swing states as they come in. But not to forget, more polls will be closing at 7 o'clock, so we'll be getting more data in from that as well. So let's talk about real girl power then. Just as far as a trend that we've seen, really, honestly, it became very apparent during COVID, at least for me. The work that I've been doing. Can you tell us a little bit about the conversations that you have, whether it's at the store level or at the legislative level, just as far as women wanting to not just purchase firearms like they never have before, but also get into the training aspect of it?
Yeah, and women across the board in the Second Amendment, if you don't understand this, you haven't been paying attention. They are the dominant movers and shakers. They are the ones moving the ball when it comes to training, getting involved in grassroots, bringing their daughters out. And I want to make that really clear. We have women, I'm just going to say it, that defy everything Mark Cuban and others have said about women in this cycle. These are women that are entrepreneurs. They run businesses. They're in banking. They're in law. They're in construction. They're across the board. They're stay-at-home moms. They're moms that run multiple things. I mean, they have kids. They have marriages. They have success. And they're very, very much a part of the Second Amendment. They're out there coming up with creative new ideas, out there training their families, getting them done. I mean, I do think there are some guys that have been frustrated when some people like myself and other trainers have went on and trained women because all of a sudden they realized that super secret gun budget just got divided up because mama wants a gun or two or three. I also think, too, that there's been some jealousy in some circles because women, by and far, do much better with a firearm than guys do out of the box. They seem to get that it's not the same as Call of Duty, and they tend to pay more attention.
Before you go any further on that, what's your opinion on that as a trainer? Because I know that you have spent a ton of time training individuals. I'm sure that men and women are both a part of that. So what is it? Do women just have a skill set that men don't have? Are they better listeners? Are they better learners? What is the actual reason that you
That's
think?
the skill set. They listen.
So the listening is the skill set.
Yeah, I mean, I think, and this is a generalization. I want to be very clear. There's a lot of guys that I've worked with and trained of all ages that listen, and there's been a few women that didn't. But if I was to put 10 guys and 10 women of any age, any background, culture has nothing to do with it, I will tell you right now, 9 to 10 women will listen attentively, wanting to do it. They'll ask questions, they'll do it, and the guys just want to talk and
be the guy.
And
I can probably relate to that a little bit.
Yeah, so that's what's really been interesting. I do want to give you an update. Pennsylvania with 43% in. Trump is now at 49.9 to Kamala at 49.2.
I did notice the notification as well. It looks like they have called the state of Utah. So what does that bring the electoral count to there, Kurt? 205 for Trump, 117 to Kamala. So some random math in my head. That is 65 Electoral College votes
away
left for Donald Trump to get till he hits that 270. It would be what, roughly 153. You guys can check my math.
Yeah.
Go ahead and criticize me in the comments below if I'm wrong. That Kamala Harris would need in order to get the presidency, and 270 for the win there. So Utah goes to Trump. We're going to keep watching these again.
These swing states are going to become more and more critical because, well,
they're coming down to their wire too. You're starting to see over 50% of the votes.
Yeah, so we're going. I think a lot of states are not going to get called until they get to a certain level. Like, I don't think they'll call Pennsylvania until it's probably like 95% counted.
Sure.
So, but it's interesting.
So I do want to get into, I think that's a great representation as far as the Second Amendment is concerned. I don't really see the trend going anywhere as far as women's participation in training. I mean, just in general, there is a huge demand for training right now, and I do look at those roles as they come in, and still do see a lot of women's names in them. I want to get your perspective on how the female vote is impacting the national vote. But guys, I just don't want to forget where we're grounded at. Again, we are here at CRPA. You are looking at this with us through the lens of the Second Amendment when it comes to the importance of this national election. I know that polls are closing right now at 7 o'clock. We're going to start seeing more data coming in from those states that have closed. California and that whole time zone there is going to be closing at 8, which is when we're really going to start looking into the California politics and the California numbers that are coming in, because we've got a lot of state Senate and state assembly races that we're paying attention to as far as the California legislature is concerned. I mentioned this at the start of the stream. If you stick along with us the whole ride, you might see this a couple of times, but I think these are just the coolest things. So we've got some CRPA promos for you. Jacob, why don't you go ahead and run those promos? Let's not forget where we're coming from.
We are in troubled times.
We're not stopping here.
Landmark gun laws. Public.
It's getting worse.
Where sometimes it is hard to define what is right and wrong.
I look forward to signing each and every one of those common sense gun bills.
I'm prepared to go back to muskets.
Do you have no common decency?
During these times, we search for what is steadfast, what is lasting, and what we know. The Second Amendment is lasting. The Founding Fathers said, "The right of self-defense never ceases. It is among the most sacred and alike necessary to nations and individuals." CRPA follows those same values and has been doing so for over 147 years. There are many fly-by-night groups that promise success and say they stand for foundational values, but look deeper and you find they are not as steadfast as one would think. In a world where it's necessary to protect yourself and your loved ones, CRPA stands with you in that. We will not concede, and we will hold the line to defend the second. Now, like really no other time that we have experienced in our lifetimes, it is important to defend those values and not allow others to water down our voice. Now is the time to join CRPA and be part of something real and lasting.
All right, so I don't know about you guys, but especially that first video. I don't know, like, if you ever watch a video or listen to a song or something, and it kind of like pumps you up. That first video did it for me. I think that's my favorite CRPA video ever. So what we were talking about is kind of the shape that women are taking in California as far as the Second Amendment is concerned. There's a lot of action as far as training is concerned, which is indicative of the action of purchasing new firearms, which is good to see. When it comes to the national election, do you see there being an impact here as well?
Oh, most certainly. I mean, I think what's happened is, I call it the tailgating effect. And I know you've heard me say this before, as have probably some of our viewers when I've been out speaking publicly. But, a lot of guys traditionally, whether the tailgate is at their local coffee shop, literally the tailgate at a range or wherever, but they tend to, congregate around and talk about their misery, with whatever's going on in the Second Amendment. It could be a court case that Chuck and his team here at the CRPA are fighting. It could be something that you're doing out in the field, I'm doing up in the Capitol. Where I've seen a demonstrable difference is women have really heard our appeals of, like, if you don't like it, change it. And so we have had women for the past two election cycles, and this one especially, that have actually became candidates for change. Some at the school board level, some at city council levels, some at, all the way up the food chain. We have many very pro 2A women. We had a very pro A 2A Democrat switch parties towards the end of this last session. We've had lots of women standing up for the Second Amendment and standing more boldly than many of their male counterparts are. And I think that is a leadership change we're seeing. And I think a lot of guys are willing to get behind that, because having strong women is part of the fabric of America. We're coming up on the 250th anniversary, and you look to all the major things starting at Lexington and Concord, there were strong women that were standing that line. And it's always been that way.
Shot heard around the world. While it's going to be CRPA's 150th anniversary in 2025, you're also going to see the 250th anniversary of the shot heard around the world. Looking forward to something really cool.
Yeah, that's a little bit of a promo. What's coming? Yep.
So watch out for that. We're trying to plan something big, and it should be. It really should be. That's the spark that founded the country. So the shot heard around the world, I feel like it really should be taught with more severity in schools, and it should be celebrated more just as Americans.
Well, you and I are here tonight, and I've had people, including my own family, kind of tried me and go, "Oh, you're just a one subject matter thing," and I'm like, you do realize that gun rights, the right to keep my firearm and not have the government take it from me, the right to keep my ammo, not have the government take it from me, not harass me, not do any of those things, that was the breaking point that caused us to shake off our government at the time, which was Great Britain. And the people at Lexington and Concord are the first American citizens. They were the first ones that said, no, that's the line you will not cross. You can put people in my home, you can tax me for stupid, silly stuff. You can even massacre a young kid inside Boston Commons, but you know what? You came for our guns? Nope, we're done.
Well, and let's talk about this on a philosophical context for a second, because I think there are good arguments that are surfacing now that I personally haven't really seen as far as election cycles at the very least are concerned. And I started thinking about this. I don't know if you'll have data on this for me. Okay. I haven't really had the time to research it, but I would be very curious to know, since the founding, how many pieces of legislation there have been introduced and passed that expanded our gun rights.
Expanded.
Expanded our gun rights. My assumption is that there would be very few.
Correct.
However, something we have a great analog of is how many pieces of legislation have been proposed and passed and
ruled unconstitutional.
that decrease our Second Amendment rights. And where I'm really going with this is you see this argument start popping up, and I think there was actually a video of a lady that went viral She was at actually, I think it was at a David Hogg thing where she just sort of looked at him and said, "Hey, can you guarantee me that the U.S. government will never be a tyrannical government?" And David Hogg, just like any other rational person, looked at her and said, "No, I can't guarantee that." And she looked at him in the face and she said, "Well, that there is the exact reason why you should not be taking away my rights to keep and bear arms." And I think the evidence is overwhelming. I mean, first of all, on the government standpoint, you can't guarantee that. If anything, we see more and more evidence as the government continues to expand under like a Biden administration that it is becoming more and more tyrannical.
Well, and there's the inane arguments that you heard Biden make of like, oh, give me a break. You know, your firearms you're going to have, it won't stop my F-16. Okay. So then why did we give anything to Ukraine?
Yeah. No reason.
Why did we give any firearms to Ukraine? Because obviously that's not going to stop a MiG.
Right.
Oh, but wait, we've spent billions of sending firearms over to the people of Ukraine. And it seems to have had an impact. And that's it's so interesting that the very people that will say, Kevin, you, I, other law-abiding citizens shouldn't ever, are the same ones that are sending those firearms and putting them in the hands of children, because there are children on those battlefields picking up those firearms and using them.
Yeah, so this is insane, right? To think that it is okay to continue and reduce this foundational right that our founding fathers not just saw. I mean, they saw it because they lived through it, right? They lived through this revolution and saw how crucial this was to observe a right for people to defend themselves from a tyrannical government and institute that Second Amendment within the Constitution. And we've seen nothing but that get reduced and reduced and reduced. I also have to assume once it's taken away, it's never coming back.
Well, and the question I always ask people is, if you really understand your history, I have more questions for people, and it goes like this. We know for a fact that from the early days of this country, all the way up until, let's say, the Vietnam conflict, we had people who, once the war was over, the United States, through things like the Congressional Marksmanship Program and other programs, literally up until that time period, mailed military firearms to people's homes. Mm-hmm. Like your postman. I just want to make this really clear. Didn't even knock at the door. Left it at the door, left it in the mailbox, what have you. And people were able to take those firearms. We had kids taking those firearms to schools to be part of shooting teams, all sorts of stuff. Yes, that's right. Kids got on buses with firearms. Kids got dropped off at schools with firearms. High schoolers drove to school with firearms to take part in everything from learning how to hunt to competitive shooting to JROTC programs, etc. You know, I'm sure, Kevin, you remember the great 1927, high school shootout in Camden, New Jersey. Oh, wait, you don't?
No,
Never
vaguely.
Never heard of it. Yeah, and that's my point. So what changed? Because we had kids taking firearms and ammunition to schools. We had people with military firearms throughout history, and we're not talking the old just drop one ball down and poke it. I mean, firearms that shot multiple rounds, and we didn't have this. So is it the firearm? And I'm going to say no. Firearm's a tool. It's not the firearm. It is the lack of education and the lack of respect for life that I think are major causes that aren't being addressed.
Well, and not only that, there is a huge variance of populations now. Mm-hmm. So it's very easy to make something taboo when you're not educated on it. Mm-hmm. When you have all of the institutions that are basically providing you with the information that's making this thing, I guess, bad, is the best way that I could say it. And you have this section of the community that's not even willing to be in the same room as one of these things. They're certainly willing to legislate it, but they're not willing to be in the same room with it, try it, and understand what it is, and really understand the culture of the firearms community, just to see how much respect actually surrounds that.
And to that point, I mean, I've seen several Democrats I've got to work with that when we got them to a range, we got them out to see how hunting dogs work. We got them out to do different things just for a day. they changed their opinion and actually told some of the people on the opposition to be quiet. They weren't going to listen to the lies anymore. Now, I'm not saying they became 100% two-way voter, but they quit being a 100% anti-two-way person.
Well, would I dare to ask you if that's cultural?
I think it is cultural. I think the more you oppress people and reward people for oppressing people, but we have a bad thing in this in this culture, Kevin, and it's called the definition of terms. You ask the average person on the streets, and I'll take it away from the Second Amendment to show people I'm being fair. You ask the average person on the streets, do we have slavery in California? And the answer will be no.
Probably no, yeah.
And then I look at them and go, then what's human trafficking?
Big
What's
time.
sex trafficking? And I go down the list, and they just look at me, and I'm like, it's called slavery by another name.
Yep.
But that's what it is. And so if you say you're against that, then let's fix it, because we still have people that are going through it. And I think we have to be willing to call out terms for what they are and say, no more playing games with words.
Well, yeah, I think that's an excellent opportunity to kind of distinguish the people who use those terms in a political argument and people who use those terms and actually meet them. I did want to draw our attention really quick. It looks like Polymarket is up to 90% for Trump and down to 10% for Kamala. Kurt, did I get that right on Polymarket? What is that looking like right now? Yep, 90.3
Wow.
for Trump and 9.6
Hey, Kurt,
for
if you
Kamala.
could just pull up the Robinhood one, I'm curious if it's mirroring those, because those are the two biggest options traders on this election.
Gotcha. So there's a comparable one at Robinhood as well.
Yeah.
So let's look at that again, guys. We don't have.
Whoever thought we'd be options trading on the American election? Only in the United States.
Hey, they say technology moves innovates in an
and I want to
extensive
explain
rate.
something on this too, Kevin. If you
Exponential
don't,
rate.
If you don't mind, like I have no problems. I bought 47 options. You can possibly figure out why, because it's for the 47th. And it was really interesting because I bought in when it was like 52%.
So you're getting almost 50 cents for the dollar.
Right. But the fact that when he puts this up that like on Polymarket at 90.3 and he's feeding in the information for, right now it's 13 cents for Kamala and 90 for Trump.
So basically mirroring each other.
What I'm trying to say though is people are buying shares at 90 cents realizing they'll only make a dime.
Hey, but hey,
Which
every cent counts.
Yeah, but which shows their confidence level
Yeah.
in Trump's ability to hit 270 plus.
Well, and I'm sure that they are doing that as they are watching these vote tallies come in. Kurt, if you could scroll down for us there, do we have any sort of update on these key states, especially on the East Coast? What's the count look like?
These are pretty up to date, but I'll
So,
update as I go.
it looks like Georgia, with 82% in, Trump is up at almost 51.9%. So that's a great improvement.
At what point do you think in Georgia they call it? At 82% of the vote right now, you think they're going to
I
wait
don't think
for
they're going to call it until we get closer to about 95% in Georgia.
Okay, so still a little
I
ways to
think
go.
in all these swing states, because of what happened in the last election, they're going to wait till, I would guess, somewhere between 90 and 95% of the vote to call it, unless it becomes really egregious. I mean, I think if it like 90% of the vote being called in and there's a 10-point gap, yeah, they'll call it. But
Okay.
I think as long as it stays within 2 to 3 percentage points, they won't. But what I think is interesting is Pennsylvania's at 54%, Kevin, and we're seeing Trump at almost 51%. That's a great difference from where we were an hour ago. You're seeing 88% of the votes in Georgia, and Trump's still holding. Virginia.
So there's a difference there. Last time we checked Virginia, Trump was in the lead. Looks like now, what was the percentage there, Kurt, on Virginia? It looks like 49% for Trump, 49.4. So Kamala Harris has a 0.4% lead with 67% reporting in that state.
And that could go back and forth as some of those smaller counties come blazing in. You're looking at Michigan has about 20% of the vote in, and Kamala's at 49.9, and Trump is at 48.4, so that gap's been closing. And then Wisconsin, those numbers are coming up right now, but Trump is gaining. He's actually right now he's in the lead at 40. No, is he in the lead?
No, he's 0.2 or he's 0.1% down.
Yeah. So it's one.
So tightly contested. We're probably going to be a little while on some of these really important states, these key states of Georgia, Virginia,
Yeah, these are the
Pennsylvania,
states that are
Michigan,
going to decide
Wisconsin.
the election. And so I think what's really interesting to see that the swing states that are in are really going to become the ones that make the difference in this election.
Well, you and I both predicted that the majority, or not the majority, I think all of those swing states were going to go to Trump, whether or not that was sheer optimism.
But it's a lot closer than people were
find out.
trying to make it out to be. I mean, there were people, as you know, prognosticating for the past couple of weeks that Harris had these. And right now, she may end up with them, but it's razor tight.
Well, yeah, and it's razor tight for now. I mean, you're looking at a state like Georgia with 88%. It seems like you can be a little bit more confident that it's coming down to the wire as opposed to Michigan, where only 20% of the
Correct.
vote is in. But as we were talking about the Second Amendment, let's talk about what it protects. Really, all the rights that we have, we could make an argument that the Second Amendment protects, but probably the top one that we talk about is our freedom of speech. If you caught the Joe Rogan interview with Elon Musk, I think it was the last 2 interviews he's done with Elon Musk. Elon Musk has been really big on this for a while. He is a free speech absolutist, but when it comes to the good guys and the bad guys, what's the quote that you always tell me?
It is the bookend to the First Amendment. And I think that what people forget is, he asks people, I've been doing this for a while, I'll ask people, so what's your First Amendment rights? Freedom of speech. Once in a while, somebody says, and the press.
Yeah.
Okay, good. You got 2 of them. Okay. But you also have the right to redress government. People are like, huh? That means the right to stand before your government and say, you're wrong, and not fear retribution. That is an incredible gift the Founding Fathers gave us, the right to look at your government and say, I disagree. That is a right that is not enjoyed by the vast majority of the human population on this planet. That is protected because they realize also the right to have a religion and believe in some higher being, whatever that was, or not to have a state-mandated religion. And, there's a lot of people, but that's not true. There's never been a state-mandated religion. Stop it. That's not true.
Right.
So when you look at those rights, were rights that a lot of us lost during the COVID pandemic shutdown or gave up on. And most people will tell you that was one of the most depressing times in recent history. And the Second Amendment is what guarantees our right to preserve those rights. And that's what the Founding Fathers realized. I mean, I've taught a lot of people that if you go back different times in DC, as you know, the National Archives has copies of like the Declaration of Independence, the U.S. Constitution, but they have multiple copies, which is incredible. So a copy only stays out for a certain amount of time, then they put it back in because they don't want to lose it. So I remember going with my kids to DC, and the boys were giving me credit because what we call the Second Amendment, I forget if it was number 8 or 9, but it was one of the early draft copies that they had out. And the lady immediately corrected me. She said, no, George Mason, the boys, they got together and said, we need to move this over here because it was there to be the bookend to the first and defend it. And they kind of looked back at me like, you've been saying that to us the entire time we were in Scouts. I'm like, wonder why.
Well, and it's important too because we get into the weeds with a lot of these programs as far as getting people out to go shooting is concerned, training is concerned, the litigation and the legislative programs. Those are very strictly aimed at pieces of legislation or laws that specifically restrict our Second Amendment. But the overarching theme there is not just the physical firearm or the things that those programs are aimed at. The overarching theme is ensuring that our constitutional rights remain our constitutional rights. Although there was, man, I can't remember. You're going to have to remind me, because I don't know if it was an RFK quote that you continuously tell me, but what was it?
So his quote, and I'm paraphrasing, but I think Bobby Kennedy Jr. has said it best. He said, "Look, there's never been a time in history when a government or people took away your freedom of speech and were known as the good guys." And I would say the same thing. There's never been a time in history when your right to freedom of worship, your right to redress to government, your right to carry a firearm has been ever removed, and the people that did it were the good guys. You look at every time people's ability to defend themselves, including from their own government, been taken away, and some of the greatest massacres during my lifetime. I mean, people in Cambodia could defend themselves. Pol Pot came to power, said, no, you can't have that right. And a massacre that ended up becoming the killing fields, where people could literally see from high altitudes human remains for miles. I mean, when you see how grotesque this has become when people lose that right, and I think as Americans, we've largely sheltered our mindset to not see what is up for grabs, which is why I think it's so amazing when you see former countries from the Soviet bloc institute a Second Amendment when they become free, and then look at us and go, how are you even debating this? Like, do you know what it was like for 70 plus years to live under that kind of tyranny? No. You don't want to do that. So I struggle, because I think it's just a lack of education, that people don't realize the value, and people get caught up on one-line pieces of rhetoric. They don't go do the research. And I've had many great conversations at colleges where, as I walked into the room, they're gunning for me. They can't wait for it. It's like, the older guys coming in, we're going to make them look stupid. And then I basically sit there and say, okay, so let's assume you're right. What does that look like? And one of the ones in San Diego I had a young lady, very articulate, very intelligent, was very impressed by her. And she said, can I call you Rick? I'm like, sure, told you could. And she's like, okay, Rick, so I don't think you should have guns, because that's what the police department's there for. And I said, okay, fair enough. And I said, but I want to ask you something. I said, so you're at home. You're here in San Diego County. She told me where she lived, the general area. I knew the area. And I said, okay, they have home invasions there. They have break-ins, et cetera, et cetera. And she's like, yeah. I said, so you draw the unlucky straw. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. Do you want to live in a house where people like me, former paramedics and stuff, are going to show up to clean up because the bad things already happened? Or do you want to have a fighting chance?
What'd she say?
And she was quiet. And
she didn't say anything.
Yeah, and she's like, what? And I'm like, yeah, we don't say to protect, we say to serve. Because we can't protect you. You, generally speaking, by the time you call, if you don't have the ability to run or protect yourself, it's done. It's over.
Right.
And she was like, and then she started backing up. She goes, okay, well, yeah, we should have guns. And it was funny. And she goes, so that shouldn't be taken away, but they should have to be locked up. I said, oh, okay, so again, you're laying in your bed. It's 2 o'clock in the morning. You hear, because you actually woke up. You didn't have anything to drink that night. And you hear the broken glass. Yeah. They're already awake, probably on at least caffeine coming through the door at you. So do you really have the time to go run and grab the firearm out of the safe, put around in it, do all that stuff? Or are you going to yell down the hallway, hey, can you give me a minute? Because this isn't the FedEx driver waiting for you to find your ID. And she was like, well, then maybe that's, and she goes, and then she sat down. I didn't attack her. I asked her questions.
Yeah, that's extremely interesting, and I guess kudos to her for having a certain level of open-mindedness to, at least within the confines of the conversation with you, express some sort of change there. I only wish that specific judges were that open-minded as well, because what you actually just described was basically our argument in Duncan v. Bonta.
Yeah.
If I remember reading that correctly, it was like the primary argument was you're basically limiting people to 10 rounds.
Yeah.
Is that really sufficient if 3 people enter your house? You think
Carrying illegal firearms with magazines with more than 10 rounds.
right. So you think about this situation where there's not enough time to call the cops. What's going to happen is going to happen. I don't know off the top of my head what the statistics are as far as home invasions with 1, 2, 3, 4, however many people, what that actually looks like. But I mean, the argument itself still stands true. You need to have the ability to defend yourself. And if you find yourself in a situation like I'm sure plenty of people have, with multiple people entering their home, if you are limited to 10 rounds in a magazine, it's simply just not going to cut it. You've got adrenaline running. You basically have to be perfect. And you have to hit something with every single projectile in your magazine, or else.
And I'll take it a step further. It's not always in the middle of the night. I mean, I've got a couple of different friends who mean a lot to me, very close people who are younger than me, who, one was going to college and broad daylight had a home invasion, did not have a firearm, was held at a disadvantage for a period of time. Thank God survived it. But that individual was like right after that, oh, yep, gain a gun. And that's the other thing I've noticed is males and females that went through these unfortunate, tragic incidences tend not to be anti-Second Amendment. They tend to move very quickly to be pro that right and exercise that right.
Well, yeah, it's like you don't need it until you need it, right? And
Right.
I think that goes to sort of the segmentation of the population that we talked about a little bit earlier, where the education isn't normally there, the institutionalized taboos are there, and you end up finding yourself in a situation where you really end up regretting, not having something, and then you become an advocate for it.
That's why I call a firearm a tool, to be honest, because, I've noticed that, and going back to women, we have a lot of women who spent times with their moms or their dads, but, that are very adept at using all sorts of what you would typically say the garage tools, the wrenches and everything. But I always find it interesting when they get married or they have roommates. The roommates are always like, do I really, why did we just buy this? And they're looking at them like, because we're going to need it one day. And they're like, no, until that thing comes up, whatever that house project is. And they're like, thank God we had that. And
Yeah.
it's the same thing. A firearm's a tool.
And it's better to have it and not need it than not have it when you do need it.
Correct.
So definitely part of the advocacy there. That's where we hit a lot of cases in litigation. Definitely want to be able to own these things just in case you do need them. Guys, what do you think? Let's go ahead and check the map again really quick. I'll just remind everybody along with Rick, so far as the states that have been called, my prediction is currently winning as one of us up here had New Hampshire red.
Yeah.
I can't say I'm too happy about winning it. That was actually one that I was going to be happy about losing. But so far, my prediction is holding a little bit more true. We'll see when Maine comes in. Here comes the $5. Thank you very much, sir.
Just want to point out, Kevin bet against you, President Trump. But
oh my gosh, you're really gonna spin it. That's how I know that you do some time in Sacramento, is you end up spinning it that way. But if you could, let's see what those swing states look like.
yeah, so Wisconsin has 53% of the vote in, and currently Trump is up 49.8 to Kamala 48.5. So with half the vote in, Trump is up, and 54%. In Michigan, it looks like we are at almost 25. We're at 23%, and 0.2 of a point. Kamala is winning that state. Georgia has, it looks like, about 88% of the vote.
Yep.
And right now, it looks like 48% for Kamala, 51.2 for Trump. So he's holding there. That's looking
3
good.
points in Georgia with 88% of the vote in.
Yeah.
That's got to be a good sign.
So far, it's a good sign. But again, this goes back to those, 2 counties. We don't know if they're, where they're at. Maybe while we're waiting, we can have a deep dive into both Fayette County and into Baldwin County there, Kirk, to see like if those have been completely counted yet or not in Baldwin and Fayette, because that would give me more confidence. If those have both been counted, then I would be feeling much more comfortable.
better about Trump having a
Yeah,
lead, because
yeah.
Those might swing a little bit
But
towards Kamala.
those have the potential to change that. Trump is at 211.
Okay, so that means they called a state. Did I miss the notification here? What state did they call?
They called
Iowa. And Iowa was a funny one. Hang on, Rick. I don't know. Did you see some of the reporting on this? There were some reports of like an outlier poll that had been taken that looked like Iowa was sincerely going to shift left towards Kamala. Is that something? Is looking at an outlier poll something that is really responsible for a news station to do a day or two before the election?
So, I think everybody wants to hear me say no, but here's why people do it, is because sometimes the outlier has been the one that has been correct in previous polls. And so a lot of times an outlier can be viewed as there was just a sudden dramatic shift. We call it the October or November surprise.
Sure.
Things that happened. There was a lot of breaking news on both camps in the last, I would argue, 14 days. Nothing that was historically like, wow, like I've seen past, but there was enough that I think some people were looking at that. People were looking at who was endorsing who, but I think most of those broken ways that people saw it. I'm looking at some of the state updates. Virginia, it's still tight. It's less than a full point away, but Kamala Harris is she's doing really well there.
Yeah, 71% of the vote in Virginia.
So Virginia could go that way, but you got Pennsylvania with 58%, and Trump's at almost 51%, and Harris is at 48%.
That's a 3-point lead for Trump with almost 60% of the vote in.
Yeah, so you're looking at that. If a couple of these states go that way, then and the rest of the states break the way that everybody had predicted they would break, Trump would hit his numbers. So, this is not on any stretch of the imagination so far the blowout
Sure.
that people were hoping for or prognosticating for, but it's what we expected. It's razor close. And
yeah, so we've got and I think since we started pulling up the map, they also called Montana. What does that put Trump at on the Electoral College count there, Kurt? Okay, so 211 to 117. So when you're looking at 270, that is 59 votes away from that 270, something that we are going to continue to watch. Kamala Harris still at 117.
So if you give me just a second, as we're looking at this wonderful map right now, so we need 59 votes to get us there. So if Arizona, well, let's just call it right now. So Idaho will most likely go red. It's been predicted to go red.
Sure.
That puts Trump at 215. And then looking elsewhere on this, Nebraska is seen to be a split state. It has 5 electoral votes, Kevin. 1 is predicted to go Democratic. 4 are predicted to go to Donald Trump. So at that point, that puts him up into the basically close to 220.
Yeah,
and
that would be 219, which means he would need what, 51 more?
Yeah. And at that point, he could do that if he got Georgia and Pennsylvania and then pulled in like New Mexico and Arizona. He's there. So there's a roadmap to 270 that is developing. But
several actually.
Yeah.
It seems like. I mean, we've got the blue wall of old that we've both predicted might be breaking down.
So I mean, you're looking at Pennsylvania. You got he takes Pennsylvania, that's 19. He takes Georgia, that's 16, and then he grabs Arizona and New Mexico. He's there. He grabs Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, and then Georgia. He's there. I mean, likewise, if those go Harris, then it's going to go that way too.
Right. So there are still multiple paths. There is a path for him to win the presidency without Pennsylvania. There's also a path for him to win the presidency without Virginia. I think it becomes a little bit more interesting if he doesn't get Georgia, but there is still a path for him there as well. So we're going to be following along with this as it goes. I guess before we take the map down, guys, what's the Polymarket say? Did it shift back at all a little bit? I think it was basically 90-10 the last time we were looking at it. Kurt, what's Polymarket look like? Okay, it's still basically the same. 92 for Trump, 8 for Kamala Harris. So we're going to keep following along, but it looks like as the night goes along, as far as people's, I guess we could call them wagers is concerned, it looks like more and more confidence in Trump. And as that confidence in Trump grows, something that we talked about in a couple videos is how Trump and Kamala Harris are both on the Second Amendment. I thought it was worth going through again while we're here watching these votes come in for both of these presidential candidates. So we've already stated that the PAC endorsed Donald Trump. Correct. Obviously, the PAC did not endorse Kamala Harris.
Correct.
So what are the facts and factors that we're working here with, and how is Kamala Harris on the Second Amendment?
Atrocious.
Yeah.
Mic drop. I can leave now. No, I mean, she's really, really bad. And it's why look, politicians can be very dishonest. Some people call it lying. Some people have other colorful terms. I mean, you were being funny earlier about where I spent a lot of time going north and then taking showers for days to get rid of all the stuff off of me from where I had to go. But let's just be blunt. The depth and breadth of lying by Harris on the subject of the Second Amendment, by her running mate Waltz on the subject of the Second Amendment, is beyond reprehensible. It was patently false. I was amazed by how many people just bought into it who are out there on social media and stuff saying, oh, you know, MAGA people and Trump people and garbage people and all the other things that have been called need to go out there and do a little research. Well, check yourself at the door, go do that same research, and you will find Kamala Harris has advocated using the government to come into people's homes to verify what they have.
So it's funny that you say that. Because I worked with Jacob before we got on here and actually found that video. I mean, it wasn't hard. We used it in another one of the videos. But for those of you who haven't seen that, what Rick is basically saying is that the proof is in the pudding. A politician can say to you whatever they want. But when it comes, especially to endorsements, it comes down to their actions. And we've got a pretty good record of Kamala Harris's actions when it comes to not being for the Second Amendment. Jacob, can you roll this clip?
Responsible behaviors among everybody in the community, and just
it's a little blurry, but the person talking is Kamala Harris.
In the sanctity of your locked home doesn't mean that we're not going to walk into that home and check to see if you're being responsible and safe in the way you conduct your affairs.
So I mean, there it is. I guess nowadays they would say, well, I guess not necessarily nowadays, but elsewhere in the country, they would call that saying the quiet part out loud. A little bit of a different story here in California because they've been so emboldened to just say things like this, which is why a lot of people consider California a little bit different than the rest of the nation. But that was when she was actually when was it that she said that, Rick? Because that wasn't when she was a senator. That wasn't when she was the vice president. That goes all the way back to her time in San Francisco, correct?
Yeah, as the city attorney.
City attorney in San Francisco, basically saying, we're going to come in, we're going to take your guns. What other evidence do we have here on Kamala Harris?
Do we have 4 hours?
Well, we got a little bit of time, so I guess we can take
No, I mean, you can look to when she was the AG. We as CRPA have sued her. I mean, we had several cases where it was our plaintiff versus Harris. And then people are like, you know, for those of you out there go, well, I can't find those cases. Well, no, when she quit being the Attorney General,
right,
and Becerra came in, or
the Bidenism,
or Bonta, then it automatically gets renamed to that same attorney general. She's been atrocious inside the nation's capital when she was in the Senate, and tried to push forward and voted on and consistencies around campaign. And then you heard her as her time vice president, every time there was some kind of involvement with firearms, she was like, oh, we need to crack down. She seems to be in a competition with our own governor, Gavin Newsom. They seem to have been competitive adversaries within the same party to prove who can do that, and that becomes dangerous. I want to remind people, Gavin Newsom got Proposition 63, the most atrocious proposition passed.
Gunmageddon, just for those of you who remember, it was dubbed Gunmageddon.
And Gunmageddon was what led to Prop 63, because we had a governor in Jerry Brown along with a leader, Kevin De Leon, who wanted to be the next governor, and so he went for Gunmageddon and trying to get all these bills passed, and Newsom's like, no, you don't, and then he took those same bills that we were working to defeat and took them to the polls and made a proposition which we have had to litigate as the CRPA for years to block that stuff, and that's what's really a big concern to me when you have a Harris trying to run. Harris becomes a problem.
Yeah, Gunmageddon was actually an interesting one. That was actually when I started at CRPA, and through talking to people, this was at the height of trying to get all of these signatures for these or against these propositions. I think that time was actually a really huge wake-up call to the firearms community to just come together and start fighting this stuff. And I think that's really led down a path for us, like where we are now, where we have built coalitions and we are prepared for this kind of legislation, sort of led by CRPA to really bring an effective defense when they come down with this stuff. Guys, it looks like some of these Western states are breaking. Rick, what's going on over here?
I'm trying to look. Kurt, do you have the latest on Harris in each of those things? Thank you. So Harris is at 49.5 in Arizona with 50% in, and Trump's at 49.7. Of course, in that state, we're specifically looking at what's happening in Maricopa County. Nevada has not closed yet, but it will be coming up, and we'll be looking primarily at Washoe County.
So
there,
I've been looking at some of the polls lately, and the polls looked like Arizona was leaning towards Trump. Would you really expect this as the latter end of this 50% comes in to start favoring Trump, or do you think it'll stay pretty razor thin?
I think it's going to stay razor thin. I think a lot of this is going to come down to what happens in Maricopa County. There were a lot of voting irregularities today in Maricopa County. There were numerous machines that weren't working right, and so this is going to be a hotly contested state. Arizona was always seen as a hotly contested state, and that is why it was so important to break that blue wall with these other states that we're watching.
Well, what about some of these other ones, Kurt? What's the voter tabs in Georgia and Virginia and Pennsylvania? So no change.
There's been no real update.
No real change in Georgia, still at 88%. 51 to 48 for Trump there in Georgia. So as these ones continue,
that's at 90%.
At 90% now. Trump holding.
But we're still waiting for those two counties for Kurt to try to get us the latest information on those two counties, because that will tell us. But we do see in Michigan, we're at Trump's almost at 51%, and Harris is at 47.3%. And that currently is with about 26%. So, there's a great example of 1% of the vote being counted, and it almost accounting for a full percentage point change.
Right. So we're going to continue and watch these as they come in. I do remember. I think you said, as far as Georgia was concerned, probably 95% of that vote is probably where we're going to see it called. We're getting closer and closer to that. Georgia is one of those key states that we're watching. And guys, we're just about here at 8 o'clock, which means polls in California are going to be closing soon, which also means that voter tabs for California elected officials are also going to be coming in soon. We want to continue and keep an eye on the presidential race, as especially some of these key states are getting up there as far as the voter counts are concerned. But pretty soon here, we are going to be starting to look at some of these California races as well. But before we do that, Rick, so we just talked about Kamala. What about Trump? And, I think that this, as far as the firearms community is concerned, can be a little bit of a funky one. I know that there was some criticism of him when it came to the bump stocks. But what is the overall view of Trump on the Second Amendment?
Well, I would look at that. Trump worked very hard, very quickly to call people in their respective states. I got called and asked if by the White House. I actually, truth be told, the first time I got the phone call, I thought it was a prank call, and I hung up. And then I got the call back and found out it was not a prank phone call. They got the people to make sure that the critical infrastructure areas that supported people's ability to protect themselves, to eat and stuff, stayed open. There was a lot of work by Democrats in the state to shut it all down, to use it to shut all down. And what was amazing to me is I went out to some of those different stores to help them get reestablished, reopened up, and throughout that process had 100% support from the White House under Trump. Also noticed that there were a lot of Democrats that were buying firearms during that time period, so that was interesting. But I think the most interesting thing to me in all of that was we got to see that over and over and over again, Trump upheld hunting rights. He upheld so many different things across the board. And yes, he had a couple of glaring things like the bump stock that people didn't like where that broke. But he handed us, and the thing that I think people forget, all the great wins we've had. We've had those great wins because, well, to be frank, he gave us a Supreme Court.
I was just going to say we have a Supreme Court that is supportive of our constitutional rights and the Second Amendment.
And if
Absolutely.
Harris wins tonight, there's a couple of justices that are in a position they could retire or pass, unfortunately, and she will alter what that court looks like, which will have a demonstrably negative impact on the U.S. Constitution, not just the Second Amendment, but the Constitution across the board.
Well, I was also thinking also of just as far as calls to action are concerned, the ones that seem to have the most impact are the ones that are most emotionally charged. And if you want to talk about a leader, you want to talk about somebody who is supportive of those constitutional rights. Donald Trump got shot in the ear, and he knows that bullet was meant to end his life. There's been no calls to have gun control from that by anyone.
No, there were no calls from her to even fix the Secret Service that obviously didn't know how to do its job. And I will point out, there were no calls by her as the vice president to her boss to say, what the heck, after Robert F. Kennedy had been denied several times, Secret Service, and then there was the documented attempt on his life in Los Angeles. Los Angeles, the very place where his dad was assassinated.
It's ridiculous.
And nothing. Yet, you have both him and Donald Trump fighting on the same team for this country right now, tonight. And both of those men have been going out. Trump's son hunts, Bobby Kennedy hunts. They're gun people. And
I guess the point that I was trying to make is when we've seen these very influential calls to restrict our Second Amendment rights are concerned, they're very emotionally charged. Trump and RFK are both included in that group that you would consider more likely than anybody to have the right to call for that reduction of our rights, and he hasn't done it. So if you're gonna critique Trump on the Second Amendment, I think that's something that shouldn't be overlooked. He had a better reason than most people in this country to call for gun control, and he did not do it. That's the point that I was making.
Yeah. We did have an update.
Oh, what's the update?
So update is the beautiful state of Maine. I love Maine. Maine has, as we talked earlier, four electoral points. They are broken up into 2-1-1. District 2 for Maine did go to Trump, so that was one, and the other 3 went to Harris. And so that puts Harris at 119 and Trump at 212. So now we're 58 votes away.
Oh, man. I've never felt so bad about being right, because is that not where... Jacob, can you bring up our predictions again as far as the count is concerned? Because I think Maine was the point that we differed also. So, all right. So, like I was saying, it's unfortunate, but it is what it is when it comes to the competition. But it looks like that one is shaping up as well. Any other? So it looks like we're getting an update here on Robinhood and Polymarket as well. What's that looking like?
94.3% for Trump on Polymarket and 88 cents on Robinhood. So, yeah, they're both predicting Trump will win tonight.
It is, yeah. It's starting to. Well, it's been overwhelming for a while. It's starting to look certain as far as the markets are concerned. Definitely good if you're thinking about the Second Amendment. Like I said at the beginning of the stream,
Robinhood just changed to 91 cents. Trump.
We do have an endorsement from the PAC for Donald Trump, obviously not for Kamala Harris. But while we're talking about Trump, somebody and you know what, the critiques from inside the firearms community have been there. The critiques from outside the firearms community have also been there. I wanted to go over this Shannon Sharpe interview and the criticism of Trump, where they basically call him an enemy to the Second Amendment. Jacob, can you actually, you know what? I don't think, do we have an attachment for number 9? I just wanted to get your thoughts on this, and this goes a little bit towards both Trump and Harris. So we've talked about how Harris isn't good for the Second Amendment and the blatant lies that she's told. We've also talked about how Trump is good for the Second Amendment. And then you get this interview with Shannon Sharpe wearing pants that are just way too tight, talking to Kamala Harris. And she basically says that, she at large says that Trump tries to abolish the Constitution, but she also says that Trump is bad for the Second Amendment. How, logically, as a candidate, how do you get there, and how do you think that's perceived to the people when she says something like that?
Well, unfortunately, I think this goes back to my comment about education. I think if you are pro-Harris, or you're a never-Trumper, or anti-Republican, or anti-Second Amendment, anything she says is going to be considered fact without ever verifying. And I would say the same thing. Just because Trump says something, go verify it. Like, that's your job as an American citizen, is to go verify what any government official is saying. And unfortunately, I don't think a lot of people do that, because when you confront them, it's very clear. And so that's one of the things that I look for is, like, are we confronting these people? Are we looking at where they're at? Are we trying to ascertain that, I'm trying to think of the best way to put this, that Harris makes a claim, do we verify that claim? And so when she says that, you have to go, and what Sharpe would have done if he wasn't spoon-feeding her, which was way too much of in this election, and which robs the people of the truth, is to say, okay, so you just said he's anti-Second Amendment. Can you give me an example?
Right.
Oh, wait, that never happened.
Yeah.
So that's like me saying, I love my purple and white polka dot CRPA mug. And you go, yeah, I think it looks really good. Anybody watching this is like, there's no polka dots, and it's red. But until you call me on that and say, are you feeling okay, Rick? How did you come up with purple? And there's no polka dots. And
which
this
is
has been
which
a
is funny.
campaign
Which is
of
funny
that.
now. Why we have, especially in the alternative media space, which is primarily podcasts on YouTube and Rumble and all of these other channels. You have fact checkers of fact checkers of fact checkers of fact checkers.
Well-
That's basically what it's come down to, because the first 3 sets of fact checkers aren't going to check you on that, and they're just going to allow you to say what you're going to say.
So we did have some updates.
Oh, well, it looks like the West Coast came in, you guys, and I'm sure no one will be surprised by these results.
No, so California, Oregon, Washington, all are for Harris, which puts her up at 193 electoral college votes. Idaho went for Trump, so that now brings us to 216. And so that is significant. We now are looking at the states that have yet to be called. When we look at our map, are Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, Georgia, Nebraska, New Mexico, Arizona, Nevada, and Hawaii and Alaska. I think it's safe by everybody's standards that Alaska will go for Trump, Hawaii will go for Harris.
Yeah, I'd probably agree with that.
And so those two, while they don't close for a while, I don't see either one of those breaking.
Which is what? Are both of those 3 votes?
Let me double check.
Alaska and Hawaii?
3 for Alaska, 4 for Hawaii.
4 for Hawaii.
Which I just want to point out, when people look at the map, they forget Alaska landmass size is 2/3 of the country.
Yeah, ridiculous, right?
So, you look at some states, like just for fun, Maine, or New Hampshire, the state that didn't do what I wanted to do tonight. New Hampshire has actually more votes than Alaska.
Yeah, which is crazy, but it comes down to population,
Yeah.
right? Which is what the representative republic is supposed to do. So that is fair. But the landmass, when you put Alaska next to the country, is kind of crazy to look at.
It's huge.
What about these other competitive states, Kurt? What's that looking like?
So I'm just looking. I haven't seen them really update. Michigan's just being updated right now, and it looks like Michigan, Kamala has dropped to 46.8, and Trump is now at 51.5. But again, that's only
still
less than a third of the vote.
Still pretty early. 28% of the vote on that one.
So that could flip either way. But right now, he looks like he's holding. Michigan, I do believe, was one of the states that both of us were calling that it would go that way.
Yeah.
Wisconsin is looking pretty good for him right now. He's still up by a couple of points with 61% of the vote counted. Did we ever find anything out on Georgia and those two?
Those 2 counties that he was talking about. That's definitely something that we want to.
Fayette County. And I believe the other one, let me go back to my notes. Sorry, because it's the one that I'm looking specifically at Fayette and Baldwin.
So we'll take a look at those. Arizona still hasn't.
Just to see how close they are to have counted those 2 counties, because that will give me a little bit more confidence looking at you. Obviously, you and I aren't calling these. We're waiting for news media to do that, but
right.
I might wink at you and go, I think we're okay there.
Yeah, if those counties shape out the way that and look like we're still at 50% in Arizona, 49-49. Trump's got a 0.2% lead there with still 50% of the vote to come in.
Right.
So some of these swing really all of these swing states are looking pretty close.
Yeah, now see, like Trump's, that's a great one. If Washoe, not Washoe, but in Arizona, if you had Maricopa County was 100% in, and he had that kind of lead, I'd be like, Kevin, this is looking really good, but
right.
Probably not.
Well, more to come on that. And Rick, I really do want to dig in with you some of these attacks that we've seen on Trump and also some of the hurdles. I think this is something important that we need to think about, okay? This election is just one of many hurdles to a potential Trump presidency. Obviously, again, guys, CRPA PAC has endorsed Trump. He is definitely the better candidate for the Second Amendment. As we look through that lens, we talk about the Trump path to the presidency. So when we're thinking about that, if there is a path there, this election is just one hurdle. You're going to look at litigation. You're going to look at some other things that can be put in front of him. I wanted to get your take on that. But before we do that, guys, for those of you who may have come in since the last time, we've got some awesome new promos for CRPA. This is the foundation of what we're doing. We are trying to advocate for Second Amendment rights here in California. We're here doing this live stream because it's so darn important for the future, but there is still a fight now that we have and that we are waging. So go ahead and give these a look. Think about becoming a member today. It's really going to pay off in the long run. Those memberships go a long way as far as advocacy is concerned, as far as the lawsuits are concerned, and as far as legislative efforts are concerned. Jacob, can you roll those promos for me?
We are in troubled times.
We're not stopping here.
Landmark gun laws. Public.
It's getting worse.
Where sometimes it is hard to define what is right and wrong.
I look forward to signing each and every one of those common sense gun bills.
I'm prepared to go back to muskets.
Do you have no common decency?
During these times, we search for what is steadfast, what is lasting, and what we know. The Second Amendment is lasting. The Founding Fathers said, "The right of self-defense never ceases. It is among the most sacred and alike necessary to nations and individuals." CRPA follows those same values and has been doing so for over 147 years. There are many fly-by-night groups that promise success and say they stand for foundational values, but look deeper and you find they are not as steadfast as one would think. In a world where it's necessary to protect yourself and your loved ones, CRPA stands with you in that. We will not concede, and we will hold the line to defend the second. Now, like really no other time that we have experienced in our lifetimes, it is important to defend those values and not allow others to water down our voice. Now is the time to join CRPA and be part of something real and lasting.
All right, I don't think those are ever going to get old for me. Really love those videos, but Guys, we're starting to get some results from California specifically as far as the California Senate, California Assembly races are concerned. As far as the national races are concerned, we just spent some time talking about it. Basically down to the swing states. So we're going to want to pay attention to that really closely, especially some of those on the East Coast that are reporting. Sorry, I got a thing. Especially some of those that are reporting over 85% of the votes have come in already. But Rick, we were kind of talking about some of those attacks that Trump has had and some of the hurdles that he's going to have to overcome even if he wins this election. And I think this is a great one. Jacob, if you could pull this up, it should be attachment number 10. Jamie Raskin has been extremely loud about this very specific
I just want to make sure
topic.
we got this right before we go any further.
Sure.
So you're allegedly going to talk about a person who represents the party who says we're the party of peace, love, joy. Can't we all get along and quit being so divisive like those other people that are garbage, that are deplorable, that are, oh, wait, they're the ones calling us the names.
And that is what we call projection, right?
Right.
We see this a lot, especially in the arguments for Second Amendment. They end up projecting the things onto the opposition that they themselves are doing. And no different here. I mean, this came out in February, but I've got a video here that you guys should watch just so that you can understand the hurdles that Donald Trump is going to have to jump or, get over even if he wins this election. Roll it, Jacob. Here's the intent of Congress if he wins.
Be put into the Constitution can slip away from you very quickly. And the greatest example going on right now before our very eyes is Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, which they're just disappearing with a magic wand, as if it doesn't exist, even though it could not be clearer what it's stating. And so, they want to kick it to Congress, so it's going to be up to us on January 6, 2025, to tell the rampaging Trump mobs that he's disqualified. And then we need bodyguards for everybody in civil war conditions, all because the 9 justices, not all of them, but these justices who have not many cases to look at every year, not that much work to do, a huge staff, great protection, simply do not want to do their job and interpret what the great 14th Amendment means. And I'm glad that Sherilyn's creating her new center so we can bring that.
Okay, so this is him referring to a Supreme Court decision, which was basically a decision to not act. If correct me if I'm wrong here. This was when the Supreme Court was ruling on the president's ability to make decisions as acting as the president, whether or not they were criminal. And this was in reference to January 6th, 2020. Obviously, they ruled in Trump's favor. He's obviously not happy about it. But he brings the 14th Amendment into it. First of all, I guess, Jacob, if you could pull it up, let's go ahead and read Section 3 of the 14th Amendment, just so that everybody can be on the same page here. It reads like this. No person shall be a senator or representative in Congress or elector of president and vice president or hold any office, civil or military, under the United States or under any state who having previously taken an oath as a member of Congress or as an officer of the United States or as a member of any state legislature or as an executive or judicial officer of any state to support the Constitution of the United States shall have engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the same or given aid or comfort to the enemies thereof. But Congress may, by a vote of 2/3 of each house, remove such disability. So this is Jamie Raskin basically saying it is the intention of him for Congress to disqualify him from becoming the 47th president if he is to win this election. Here's the thing, though. I don't know of one case of insurrection that was tried and deemed somebody actually performed insurrection. Do you?
You mean currently or historically?
Currently, let's just say since January 6, 2020.
No.
So without that and reading this, I mean, how do you? Okay, so the attempt may be there. How do you see this shaping out if it's something that they intend to do?
Well, I think first thing is the American public needs to step away from their political viewpoints for a moment across the board and say, okay, there's a lot of very, very negative rhetoric that has came out of all factions of the American media, all factions of politicians. But in this case, this is pretty extreme. Raskin is coming up saying, yes, I don't believe that this person should be president because I believe that they are guilty of something that they were found not to be guilty of. You know why they were found not to be guilty of? Because the highest court in the land is a bunch of idiots. And I'm going to address that too. Okay. Seriously, hold on for a moment. The Supreme Court throughout American history has had popular and unpopular decisions, but a sitting congressperson or a sitting senator that's the whole separation of powers. They don't get to play this game. But these people feel they can play this game inside the public space with all the social media, get people riled up and make people think this. And again, it comes back to a lack of education. You know, there is not a pathway that this should be possible. Having said that, will they attempt it? Sure. I have no doubt that if tonight Donald Trump is successful in breaking 270 and securing the Electoral College and quite possibly, I haven't seen the most recent popular vote counts across, but say he even wins the popular vote, we're looking at a situation of where the people who literally have said for several years, oh, we just want to be peaceful, while they've made all the negative comments, they're not going to be peaceful.
Well, I guess when it comes to being peaceful, you can see it in Liz Cheney's eyes at some point in an interview with Whoopi Goldberg. Jacob, why don't you go ahead and play that one as well?
I have a question. Are you also a lawyer?
Yeah. I am.
So you could conceivably be a great AG if this was. And I say this because your moral core is magnificent.
Wow.
And I know you probably don't want it, you don't want to think about it, but I just feel like I would feel a lot better with you leading the FBI, the CIA, the NBC, the elementary. That's just me. So I'm just saying, should it be floated? Please think about it.
And under the radar, we have to get Vice President Harris elected tomorrow.
Yes.
Right.
Like, well, you know, I'm just.
There's the change of guard. You can go ahead and turn that one off. I guess, you know, it's.
Can I have a barf bag?
Yeah, it's important to see. First of all, in reference to the hurdles that he's got to jump over, this is an institutional hurdle. Mm-hmm. Okay, this isn't just Jamie Raskin. It's not even just Liz Cheney. It's kind of the whole thing.
Well, can we back up for a second?
Sure.
You and I both have a really good working relationship. I consider the individual a very good friend of myself and my family. But Ambassador Rick Grinnell is an incredible pro-2A advocate. Has done incredible work as ambassador. Actually was the interim director of intelligence, so sat above all of that. You know what I never heard Rick Grinnell do? And by the way, he worked for Donald Trump, this vindictive, horrible person, and had Trump's full blessing. Rick didn't go after the political enemies. He didn't go after any of those people. He worked those agencies, held them accountable, but didn't do that. And now you have a B-rated movie star that couldn't cut it even on Star Trek, The Next Generation, or in the remake sense, who's coming out here saying, hey, you know what? This is what I think we should do. I think I should convince you Liz Cheney, whose dad, not a great vice president, a very dishonest man, has been proven over and over by the left, to not be an honest guy. Hey, why don't you, from dishonest family, run two agencies that have lost a lot of credibility in their ability to be honest?
Well, let's just talk about the confidence in Liz Cheney in general.
Yeah.
You know, she kind of had this clash with Trump that was very public. And since then, she had an election. I mean, she was an elected representative. And then she went through an election and she got trounced. The public spoke. So to then see her propped up, this kind of goes to the overarching theme. We already talked about Kamala Harris earlier. Today was the first day that she received a vote. So what the heck is it with this party that seems to want to take these people who the public has shown, you know, the public showed Kamala Harris as compared to all of the other people in 2020, how much they liked her and how much they wanted her there. They showed Liz Cheney by voting her out. So what is the deal with this, where they want to be then propped up to these, basically these unelected positions where they stay in power? Is that a trend that you see?
Yeah, and I think part of that is why these elections that we've been talking about, and I was going to point out something real quick, Kevin, you know, where things sit right now, it was at almost 8:30 at night. It looks like the Dems will take control of the House and the Republicans will have the control of the Senate. And that, depending on who wins tonight, will be the check against whoever's in the White House.
Right.
And that is a critical thing that, you know, if you're a spiritual person, thank God above that has been held. That's part of the way our government was designed to work. You know, the Senate's supposed to be the slower moving, more trustworthy body of the two bodies. And the House.
There's like equal representation in the Senate.
Yeah. And so now we can see where that has kind of split.
Well, can I ask you a question on that note? Maybe you can enlighten me here. I may have known this at one point, but I can't think of the answer off the top of my head right now. When it comes to Supreme Court justices being
Senate
appointed
confirmation
by the president, so there's no House confirmation.
It's a Senate
There is
confirmation.
only Senate confirmation. So if we can look at some silver lining when it comes to that split between Republicans and Democrats, if Democrats have the House, Republicans have the Senate, when it comes to Supreme Court justices, that is going to get confirmed by the Senate, which has the Republican control.
Yeah.
So I guess that's some silver lining that we can look at. Kurt, maybe we can bring up a map here. I don't know, Rick, maybe you can let me know if there is anything out of the ordinary or worth talking about as far as the California map is concerned.
No, the California map really hasn't developed yet. I don't expect it to for probably another
half hour or so?
Yeah, at least.
Okay, but we are starting to see some results. Looks like District 20 there has been called. A couple of districts in the Bay Area as well. What about the federal map here, Kurt? Any changes there, or any way that we can look in on these battleground states of Pennsylvania, Virginia, North Carolina, and Georgia?
Yeah. No new states have been called. I'll get the update.
Okay.
And then also, as the congressional districts come in, if it's one of the ones that our PAC has endorsed, if you can highlight that for me, that would be great.
But as far as the states are concerned, really no change here since last time.
Now,
we looked in.
Virginia, we're still seeing Trump ahead, and it's got 77%
No,
vote.
that's Harris ahead in Virginia
Harris,
by
yeah.
about 2 points.
Yeah, my bad. Harris is ahead. It seemed that Trump still had Pennsylvania.
Yep.
So that's looking good. Virginia had been predicted on most maps to go to Harris. What I will point out, though, is that it's not a landslide. And that, when you look at the Youngkin race and stuff, you're seeing that Harris, or Virginia as a state, is changing its voter demographics. Georgia, I'm hoping it's going to hold. It seems to still be at 90% right now, with him ahead almost 2.5 points. Or actually, it's 51% now in Georgia, and that's with 91% to 48. So it's a full three 3 points. So that's really good
All right.
news.
Yeah, holding firm in Georgia. That's good to see.
And Michigan, Trump moved up to 52.4, and Harris has fallen down to 45.9. So you're looking at 6% with a third of the votes counted difference there. So that's looking pretty solid. So Michigan could go that way. And again, I'm sure people are watching this, but if you're looking, this is some significant things. Wisconsin is now at 2/3, and Trump is up by a full 3, almost 4 points. And Arizona, Trump is now ahead by 0.2 of a point. So that's going back and forth in the seesaw that was predicted tonight.
Yeah, and guys, just as a reminder, we are going to be going till 10 o'clock tonight. I am hopeful that maybe we can have some sort of result as far as the presidential election is concerned. Some of these states now are getting upwards over 90% of the vote is in. So hopefully we can start getting some of these states called soon. Those northern Midwestern states of Wisconsin and Michigan, just at about 70% each. So, hopefully we can get some of these states called and potentially get a call for who we are going to have as the next president of the United States before we end here at 10 o'clock. But just to let you know, the work is going to continue after 10 o'clock. We're going to continue watching, especially these California races, which are going to be instrumental in our battle for in legislative efforts, as well as probably future litigative efforts as well. So maybe as this shifts a little bit, we are going to keep looking in on both the federal and the state as time goes along here. But now that we kind of are in the 8 o'clock hour, I am realizing now that I wanted to talk a lot about Trump getting attacked. I feel like we've kind of beat that horse. So I'm kind of curious, as we are starting to get tallies in California, if you could help us by going over what we are going to be watching for in California.
So in California, we have a few different things to watch. Obviously, the congressional race, California is expected to be the state that will deliver Congress to the Democratic Party. We have lost a couple of seats because our population has went down, I think largely due to the policies of the governor and the left-leaning legislature, and just the rising prices and all the other things that have happened here in California. Lack of being able to afford insurance, et cetera, as you well know. At the state level, we have the assembly. So, all the seats are up for in the assembly. We had a lot of people turn out of the assembly. And so we have some battlegrounds. We have some areas where polling was showing that a lot of those seats were within literally less than 2,000 votes. And so Wallace was the famous one out of the Inland Empire that was literally decided days after a couple of serious recounts, 85 votes, Kevin. Decided
that's crazy.
That position. I mean, I remember walking up to the Capitol for the first part of the session. I kept walking by the office, and there was no staff, there was no nothing. It was just empty because nobody could claim it yet.
Yeah.
And that creates some issues up in the Capitol. Same thing is true in the Senate. We have some seats that could get flipped, and we also have a movement in California that we really haven't talked about. This is the state that Robert Kennedy and his running mate, Nicole Shanahan, started their campaign based on ideas that were not necessarily antithetical to Donald Trump's campaign, which is why I think we eventually saw them unify. But one of the things that Kennedy really came out with was California, as well as several other states, needed a third-party option. And I don't think a lot of people understood that the third-party option would be, think about this. We've had people break away from the Democratic Party. I will tell you right now, there are several people that it could go really, really quick to a third party, but don't necessarily want to go to the Republican Party. And when people ask me why, I worked for an assembly member when the party balance shifted in the Capitol. This person worked really hard, had done nothing wrong, everything was great, everything was running beautifully, and then the next thing you knew, he went from having a staff of like 7 people to having a staff of 2 people. He went from a fairly decent office to a glorified broom closet.
Oh, no.
And so, people have a hard time with that. And if there's a third party, that game doesn't get played the same way. And that breaks what's called the supermajority, which means on a lot of the bills that they need 2/3 of the vote, they don't have it.
Well, I want to talk to you about the supermajority, but I mean, that's actually kind of an interesting point that you bring up as far as the state is concerned. When we talk about a third party, it's normally under the context of the federal elections.
Mm-hmm.
Do you see, I mean, is there an incentive for the party structure in California right now to suppress a third party?
Yeah.
And how do we see that carried out?
You saw what happened. You saw the mass amount of media go, Robert who? Nicole who? And they had to build a campaign that I think a lot of people missed, and a grassroots effort that was able to overcome the Main Street media's absolute silence on them. And they fought a lawfare battle that I think we should discuss, that went across this country to try to get them on the ballots, and provided a network that gave people an other alternative. And I honestly believe that had he been allowed to run in the party, we could have seen a very different election.
Well, what was the lawfare battle then? Because I remember the rally where RFK joined Trump for the first time. One of the comments that he made was that there would be states where he was on the ballot, there would be states where he was off the ballot. Is that part of the lawfare, or what's the lawfare?
The lawfare battle was the Democratic Party. So get a load of this. When he was running as the third party candidate, they literally cost the Kennedy-Shanahan campaign millions of dollars of trying everything they could to keep them from being on the ballot. And over and over and over. I mean, Bobby Kennedy is an incredible attorney. Like, he's won some of the best cases against Big Pharma and the federal government. So it's kind of like somebody going up against their own Chuck Michelle and his squad. I sometimes look at people going, are you really that dumb? Like, these guys win all the time. This is so stupid. But okay, here we go again. California would be one of those. Portantino would be another one. Like, you're going to lose, bro. And so they won. Now get a load of this. So now they're on, and then all of a sudden, Bobby Kennedy says, I'm going to join Trump. So he goes to pull himself out of any of these swing states, so he is not an impact in this race. And what does the DNC do? Oh, no. You can't pull out. Wait, you didn't want me on the state ballot. Oh, no, now we want you. Why? Because they wanted it to mess up votes for Trump. And so he has been stumping, saying, if you live in the state, do not vote for me. Don't vote for him. Like, don't vote for me. But in places like California, where it was obviously going to go to Harris, Trump even said, yeah, if that helps you get a third party or whatever, go for it. So that's one of the things we're looking for. I don't think he'll get the votes to do it in California, but that could have been one of the routes that we would have broke the supermajority. But speaking of majorities, we had another state called.
Another state called. So what is this one looking like? Jacob, can we pull up the federal map again here? Let's see what state got called.
North Carolina.
Okay, so North Carolina being called. What does that do to the Electoral College? It looks like that puts Trump at
216 or 232.
So again, this is Kevin math here, but that's 38 to 270. So after North Carolina being called for Trump,
so I want to make sure we're right. Are we confirming that's 232? Because that's not what I'm seeing on my data set. So
Fox hasn't called it yet.
Oh, so
AP called it. Okay.
So AP is the one who called it, but that would put him at 232, which is 38 Electoral College votes away from 270.
So now let's go look
at the map and see what what states.
So if you could scroll down right now for a second, we have a chart that we're looking at. So we're looking at right now popular vote too. I want to say Trump is way ahead on the popular vote. I think he's close to 5 million ahead the last I saw, but we'll have
that's including California?
Yeah, that's Trump is at 58 million, and Harris is at 53 million. So
Holy
he's
smokes.
a full 5 million ahead, and that's looking at what's coming on the votes so far. So that's amazing that he's that far out ahead. I thought it would be a little bit closer. And then Virginia. So if Virginia comes over, as we were just talking, we only needed how many votes?
Well, Virginia might not be the one to look at as Harris is the one that's leading there.
Right, with 80.
But,
But we should look at it. So she would pick up 13, which would put her a little closer. But in Pennsylvania, right now that's about 75% of the vote, and he's up 51.3 to 47, actually almost 80% of the vote. So it looks like Trump could pull that one off. So that would give him 19 more votes.
19 more votes,
So that's
which is 2/3 of 38.
Right. So right there, Georgia is still, he's way out ahead at 51%. And that's, we're almost at 95% mark there. So that one could get called.
So I know that these
Georgia adds another 16 votes.
Right. So these are contentious states, but essentially it looks like while Trump, with the majority of the vote leading in Georgia and Pennsylvania.
And Michigan.
If he took
He's
those,
leading in Michigan.
But even if he took those two states, that gives him the 270, does it not?
Pennsylvania is 19 and Georgia is 16. So that would give him 35 votes.
Okay, so that would leave him 3 short.
Yeah, but Michigan would put him over the top. Now, then you're talking at that point, if he takes Michigan, he takes Nebraska, he takes New Mexico, Arizona, or Nevada, he's there. Or
there.
Alaska, because we still haven't counted Alaska.
That's true as well. So definitely with the addition of North Carolina going to Trump, and that was called again by AP, so you might not be seeing that on Fox or NBC, but the AP poll called North Carolina for Trump. With that addition, it makes his path to 270 that much stronger.
Right.
So what about the state of California? Have we seen any updates in the state?
No, I don't think we're going to see many updates in the state because California only closed 40 minutes ago.
Yeah, I guess that makes sense.
And we probably won't start to see those updates for probably an hour.
Okay. Well, as we were before we hit these maps, and as you can see, it looks like the House of Representatives District 2 was added and went to the Democrat running there. The only District 20 for Republicans that we've seen so far.
I'm looking to see what happens in 3 in the House of Representatives because that is Kevin Kiley.
I was going to say that's Kevin Kiley's district.
Yeah, and he's a key player and will be a key player inside Congress if Trump.
7 with 40% in.
Yeah, if Trump goes up, he's up right now with about 40% of the vote. Kiley's out about 7% ahead of his competition. So if you could hold it, and there would be another example. If you look at his district used to be, Kevin, this area that I could cruise through in one day. It was like no big deal. It was part of El Dorado County and up by Lake Tahoe. And now you look at it, and when they gerrymandered his district, they gave him the entire, what you and I call the backbone, the 395, and going down. Really, guys? Like
some serious intentions there for sure, as it was practically no contest prior, but after the gerrymandering, it's looking like it's going to be a tight race. So,
and that's a point that I want to make. Like, the Democrats tried to play it like it was bipartisan. It wasn't by no means bipartisan. I mean, I remember being in the Capitol, and Dems. There's a street in the Capitol called K Street, and a lot of people go have lunches down there and sit. And everybody kind of knows everybody or of everybody, and hearing people after people on the Democrat side laughing about what a joke it was about being bipartisan, of how manipulative this was being, and would basically lock out the other party for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Like, they weren't even denying it.
Yeah, and those are conversations that you get to have that I find very interesting.
Yeah, I'm like, okay.
That not everybody gets to have. But again, guys, we're going to be continuing to look at this. Again, this is for House of Representatives for California, but we're also looking at state Senate races. I know that we want to look into what's his name, DUI Dave.
Yeah.
We want to take a look into his race. There are some other races for the Assembly as well as the Senate for California that can be key when it comes to our legislative session for 2025. But
by the way, Fox News just confirmed North Carolina
Okay, well, there's a confirmation on North Carolina as well. So AP's doing something right. They just called it a little bit sooner.
And New Mexico just went to Harris.
Okay, so New Mexico goes to Harris.
Damn it.
How many? Put another tally on.
Or since I was approved to say it tonight, shit.
The differences between my prediction and Rick's prediction. Again, a bet that I would have been totally fine losing. But looks like New Mexico goes to Harris, which brings her electoral count up to 198. So as it stands, 38 more votes for Trump gets him the presidency.
Well, I think if we're being honest,
for Harris.
it's 38, but Alaska's going to go his way. Hawaii's going to go her way. Those aren't even a question mark in anybody. So she'll pick up the 4 votes in Hawaii, which would presently put her at 202. And then Trump will pick up the 3 votes in Alaska, which will put him at 235. So,
well, you could also probably say that Minnesota would go to Harris, and
I don't know.
You want to talk about that one?
So this is one that I think by the end of the night it will. I haven't seen. Kurt hasn't put up Minnesota, but Tim Walz may carry the state for him, but he hasn't been that popular in a lot of the state. And that's another state, too, that is going to be really interesting. We can't do it on these maps, but I really want to see how the votes shook out, because there were a lot of people that were very ticked off at the way Walz handled the pandemic, how Walz handled education, how Walz handled a lot of things in his home state. And so I'm really kind of curious to see, like, if Minnesota, I doubt will flip tonight personally, but I think we could see the trend that it won't be a Democratic stronghold in the future.
I told you at the beginning of this stream when we were looking at predictions that Virginia was one that I was struggling with going back and forth.
Yeah.
I ended up predicting it blue, but Minnesota was also another one, because when you're looking at polling, it was almost kind of similar in New York.
Mm-hmm.
New York ends up being blue, but that doesn't actually attest to the gains that Trump has made in that state.
Right.
When you make up 10 points in a state, that's normally pretty significant. It's just you have a state that had a gap of more than 10. I feel like Minnesota was kind of the same way. Trump made gains there, just not enough to overcome.
And so I think that's going to be interesting. It would be interesting to see if Wisconsin breaks for Trump, because the distance between the St. Paul and suburbs over to Wisconsin, it's very, very close. And yet that river that separates those two states is more than just a physical barrier. Sometimes it's an actual political barrier as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how that shakes out.
Well, yeah. So, I mean, what is this, guys? 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 11 states, if you want to include Alaska and Hawaii, is all that remains as far as the vote counts coming in.
So this could go very easily for either one of them. It's too close to call it for either one at this point. But as we sit right now at the almost 9 o'clock hour, Trump is ahead by at least 30 points. And
Electoral college votes.
Electoral college points. He is ahead in the what you would call the
popular vote, which is
too.
Yeah,
which a lot of people didn't see that coming.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely something to be optimistic about, but not necessarily, especially by 5 million votes. So as we were talking about that, Rick, I guess can we shift back here for a second, because there was something that I wanted to ask you about, specifically of your experience in the Capitol. There is this perception from your average Joe like me, and then maybe a little bit of a different perspective from somebody like you who's consistently interacting with these people. You mentioned, in the context
you were so lucky.
Of ignorance is bliss, right?
Yeah.
But in the context of the RFK conversation, you were talking about potentially breaking up a supermajority. Can you shed a little light on this for me? First of all, is there a presence of, and I don't want to be like harsh with my words, but maybe you just won't take it that way. Is there a presence of arrogance currently having a supermajority in Sacramento? And from your perspective, what would it look like breaking up the supermajority in California?
A supermajority would be a field day if we could break it up in either house, but especially both houses. The supermajority means that basically they don't need to talk to the other party to get anything done they want it done. And we saw that in the budget. I mean, I think most Californians, I would hope, have figured this out. You know, when I tell people all the time, you know, okay, so your program, your public policy, whatever the thing is that you want as a voter, that's great. I mean, I love the fact that you want it, but it has a price tag on it. It costs money to make policy happen. So when you are at a position, say like with your home budget, Kevin, and we're just going to give you a round number. You know, you and your family say, okay, we have budgeted out $10,000. That's all we have. And I come in and say, but there's this really cool new thing that you could have. It's $1,000. And you and your family are like, oh yeah, we want that, but you got to do it this week. Okay, there's no money tree. There is no magical money. So you're going to have to take $1,000 worth of projects that you normally would fund and not fund those to go get this new one. Fair? That's where the supermajority comes into play, because the Republicans all year long are like, we're billions, and not like just a couple billion, tens of billions of dollars in debt. And according to the accounting office that's nonpartisan, we're in this mess for at least 2 more years. Correct. So what are you doing? Oh, well, we're just going to go ahead and fund this. With what? And they never answer it.
Yeah.
But the point is, they have to pay people money to fund those programs, which means they're shutting down school lunches, or they're shutting down, you know, incarceration programs, or they're shutting down fixing potholes.
Or they're raising your taxes.
Oh, and that's always an and,
oh,
not an
and,
or.
sorry.
It's always an and. And so that leads to people being like, holy crud, we're losing. And yeah, you are. And that lies the problem that we face right now in this state. And that is the fear on a national level, if that same kind of tyranny moves to it. When you have a supermajority, and that's the other thing, you know, I don't care if you're a Democrat, Independent, or Republican. I talk to people from all parties. Second Amendment doesn't belong to a party. And I know our program tonight can make it sound that way, because we said we're pushing for one deal. But right now, we have to look, excuse me, there is something that just broke that I think is important.
What's that?
Republicans have now officially taken control of the U.S. Senate, and Virginia went to Harris.
Okay, so 2 separate things there. Jacob, if you can pull up the map really quick. So they did call Virginia to Harris. What does that do to the Electoral College votes there, Kurt? Looks like he's updated it for us. That puts Harris at 211 to Trump's 232. So with Virginia, Harris closes that gap a little bit. Pennsylvania and Georgia, really the only 2 East Coast states that are still in play. I'd be curious, as Kurt, looks like Kurt's updating it for us right now, what percentage of the vote is currently being reported in those states. But Virginia going to Harris does close that gap a little bit. But hey, we already talked about it. So, Supreme Court confirmations through the Senate. Republicans having the Senate probably could
is a good thing.
Is a good thing, and probably can be indicative of Supreme Court justices that support.
Well, and that means that if a Harris-Walz campaign is successful and wins the presidency tonight, the vice president, which would be Walz, would not have the tie vote break that Biden's enjoyed with Harris, because there would be no tie unless a Republican defected.
Right.
So that gives them the ability to hold that in account. But currently, I mean, you're looking at right now, Trump is ahead in Pennsylvania by a significant amount.
Almost 4 points.
Yeah, closing in on the same thing in Georgia. He's ahead in Michigan. He's ahead in Wisconsin. And
Arizona's still looking like 50-50.
Yeah, and still, like, he's up like by 4/10. So right now it looks like he could potentially take those 4 states. So the pathway to 270 is still very much in play.
Yeah, but if Donald Trump holds Georgia and Pennsylvania, you can basically say that it's over, assuming that Alaska is going to be called for Trump as well.
Right.
So those are East Coast. Both of those states reporting more than 85% of their total ballots. I know that they did. Was it in Georgia that they extended some of the polling?
Yeah, I was going to ask Kurt, when you have a chance, if you could update us on Baldwin and Fayette again in Georgia, just so we see how close those two have been counted, because, yeah, that could be very, very...
Very telling,
Yeah.
to say the least, if we could get the numbers from those counties. But
I do want to point out, though, that leading up to this, there were a lot of people that said Georgia wouldn't even be, halfway counted for a couple of days, and the governor...
Baldwin 99% in, Trump 50 to 48.
Okay, so right there, you got Baldwin County, 99% collected. It's 50-48 in favor of Trump. So with Baldwin County, that says a lot about where the black vote and the young vote went in Georgia. That showed he made incredible
were you expecting
grounds.
Trump to be up at all in that county?
I was really optimistic because I've seen the messaging, and this is, so everybody's going to be pundits on this stuff, and so I want to make sure our people know this is a personal opinion from being played in politics for a few decades and watching this stuff and participating in it. I think former President Obama may get accused of costing the vote in Georgia because of some of the things he said to black men and about black men.
I remember that.
May have literally backfired. And so I think that Harris may lose a couple of these states because of some of the people on her team and their remarks. And likewise, Trump, with this incredible unified team that he's put together, may have also been able to make those inroads.
We haven't really talked about that. So I guess just to put a pin in this, I do want to come back to the supermajority because I am very interested in that and what it potentially looks like breaking up. But as far as the federal elections are concerned, we didn't really touch on that too heavily. So, over the course of the last several months, you have seen a team of specific people kind of wrap themselves or attach themselves onto the Trump campaign. Now, prior to that, you had some notable people like Vivek Ramaswamy campaigning with him, but now you see Elon Musk, Tulsi Gabbard, and RFK all joining forces with them, which inevitably leads to things like what happened yesterday. Joe Rogan endorsing Trump, the guy who said he would never have Trump on. So can you give me your opinion here? What led to the unity of this? I don't want to call it a party because technically it's the Republican Party, but you know what I mean,
right?
Of this team and the effects that it's having on the map here.
So I think a lot of people are seeing this team come together as a result of, like you said, last few months. And I would say I completely disagree with it. I think when Donald Trump came down that staircase in 2016 and said he was going to run for president and everybody count him out, when he faced the plethora of people up on stage, and they all laughed at him, oh, is that cute little Trumpster's going to try to do something. And he started a movement. He tucked into something going on with the American people, the American worker, and he called out something that you have talked to me about numerous times, the AKA the deep state, the shadow government, all the different terms that have been used for what I would call the merging of corrupt corporate American entities with the federal government, which was never supposed to happen, but has been attempted several times through our history. And Trump said he was going to go into the swamp and he was going to drain it. What Trump didn't have was the political expertise and didn't realize he was being set up, because when you get elected president, there is the government accounting office that gives you a transition team. They pick their people. So you had the swamp people picking the swamp people to help set up his cabinet, at which we watched the first rendition of Donald Trump be a constant leak fest to the media of every idiotic thing. And then you see when the deep state likes a candidate like Joe Biden, you can have cocaine that's been found, you can have all these things that we've watched. no investigations. It dies immediately.
Right.
So I think this time around, Donald Trump was like, you know what? If I'm going to do this, I want to bring the best and the brightest. I want to bring them in, and I want to self-fund this whole entire transition. And that's one of the things I think you've seen over the last 6 months was, you know, you brought up the people like Robert F. Kennedy, who had been a detractor on several things on Trump policy. You know, a lot of people who are voting for Trump tonight will tell you there's things that they don't always agree with the former president, soon to be hopefully president tonight again. You and I have talked about that. There's things we love and things we're like, oh, why'd you do that?
Yeah.
But we do that with any president, to be fair. And I think one of the most concise things you have to look at is in the final, I believe it was the final rally thing, Trump had a guest that came up. And I went, if you want to see a transitional person, a transformational person, a person that can take and mend fences across the line, Megyn Kelly, who no one battled Trump harder in 2016 on the debate stage than Megyn Kelly. Those two went at each other for blood. And when she came out, and Megyn Kelly, well documented in a movie that Nicole Kidman played her part and stuff in, of fighting a system that had abused women, went after women and everything. And she said there is no one better to protect the rights of your daughters, your rights, women's rights, everything, than Donald Trump. I was like, holy cow. Kevin, you and I do $5 bets every once in a while with each other, did one tonight. I would have never taken that bet. And I think that's what you've seen. I think the American people have caught on to it of like, yeah. And when he said, look, I'm not the expert on healthcare. Robert Kennedy is. I'm going to send him in. I'm not the expert over here. Tulsi Gabbard is. And hey, no one knows how to be more accountable. Obviously, Boeing and some of these big companies have bilked the American taxpayer to try to get off this planet and back to the moon, let alone Mars. And then you got Elon Musk, who's literally capturing rockets before they hit the ground on cranes and going, bet you didn't think we could do that. So you bring that kind of team, that kind of synergy, and it gives people hope. And I think a lot of the votes we're seeing tonight are people voting based on that hope.
And I guess coming back to the roots here, thinking about the Second Amendment, there's really only one that sticks out. You've already mentioned RFK is a hunter. Mm-hmm. If there are any questions on Elon Musk, I guess first of all, if I was to make a suggestion to you or to anyone, like 3 of the last 5 Joe Rogan Experience episodes have been J.D. Vance, Donald Trump, and Elon Musk.
J.D. Vance, definitely pro 2A.
Yeah, for sure. But I mean, as far as the people that Trump is surrounding himself with, if that was a question, I've continued to be impressed on how outspoken Elon Musk is, especially when he's talking about X, right? Mm-hmm. But how of a free speech absolutist he is. And I thought it was crazy because on the last episode he did with Joe Rogan on the Joe Rogan Experience, he talked about that direct line. It's the Second Amendment that preserves or that protects
Amen.
The First Amendment. So he really seems to get that. And by the way, he's appeared on Meat Eater. I'm talking about Joe Rogan. So even though Joe Rogan in the past has expressed a lot of left-leaning political ideologies, the Second Amendment for Joe Rogan has never been in question either.
And that's why I say what I do all the time when I go and publicly speak, including college campuses. I have multiple friends who are diehard pro-Second Amendment people who are Democrats. Now, we agree on the Second Amendment, and there's a lot of other public policy we don't agree on. I have friends.
Well,
I will even say this. I have friends in the Capitol. I mean, Senator Cortese, who I work with on the outdoor sporting caucus, him and I don't agree on AR-15s. We don't. We've said that. We stood on the same stage and said that in front of each other. But you know what? We both have Labrador retrievers. We both hunt. We talk about that. We talk about the idea that needs to be preserved. It needs to be passed on. He's a big advocate in the North Bay area that more kids need to be exposed to it, be taught it. So, okay, we don't agree on a couple of firearms, but that man is not about removing all your Second Amendment rights. Now, are there other people up in the Capitol? I would tell you absolutely are. Yeah, and I'll label them all day long and twice on any other given day, and I do that all the time when I come out on your show. But there are some people up there that are Democrats who are very, very much on our side on the Second Amendment.
And I know you have been, well...
And likewise, there's been some Republicans who have not been.
And you have been outspoken about that, especially in conversation with me and team meetings as well. So it is good to understand that the demographic of the state of California, even, just because you have a district here that is blue, represented by a Democrat, especially in the Central Valley, doesn't necessarily mean that that's an anti-Second Amendment representative. However, as far as the people that Trump is surrounding himself with, those were kind of the easy ones. I want to get your take on the one that kind of sticks out to me. And I know we've had this conversation prior when it was kind of happening, and of course that is Tulsi Gabbard. So I guess it's not necessarily an issue. However, I think it's worth pointing out that there are plenty of occasions where we tell each other that it's the politicians' actions that define them, not necessarily their words. Now, in the last couple of years, as far as the rhetoric is concerned, Tulsi Gabbard seems to have come around to understand the importance and want to defend the Second Amendment. However, as an elected representative, wasn't always the best on the Second Amendment. So I'm just curious from your perspective, as far as you see it, is that rhetoric worth believing?
Yeah, and I'll give a California example and then come back to Tulsi herself. Sure. Earlier this year, I came to you in private. We didn't do it on the show or anything, and I told you, hey, there's a Democratic senator north up in the Sacramento Basin area that I think would switch parties. And you're like, what? And I said, very pro-2A, very pro-hunting. And you're like, but they're like in these caucuses, they're in all this junk that and rightfully so. But, I talked to her staff. I bumped into her a couple times in the hallway. And then she switched parties. And one of the things was when Senator Maria Alvarado-Gil switched parties was, people are like, oh, well, she flip-flopped. Okay, let's be really clear. She was removed very quickly by Mark McGuire, head of the Senate, from every committee. She was stripped of every right, privilege, honor she had to her name, ripped from her. All the finances that she would need to rerun for office, taken from her. Anything that you could call even remotely a benefit of holding that office, taken from her. Called all sorts of crap. Then you had the Republicans who were kind of like, half of them were like, oh, I don't know if I could trust you. Okay, this woman just gave up everything to cross the line on a belief. With her came several other women who had formerly served in the Senate who said, we back her. She's ended up being the most outspoken person in El Dorado County for keeping people safe, for making sure they have their firearms, for doing all this stuff. Her actions are backing up. Tulsi Gabbard has went through pretty much the same thing. And I think her joining a team of people, that team that she's in with, she has never once, not once on stage countered, rolled her eyebrows up, looked the other way, common things I see politicians do when they don't buy something. In fact, she has stood side by side with the Elon Musks, the Robert Kennedys, through all this stuff, and said, yeah, she's lying about the Second Amendment, she's lying about Donald Trump. I think until proven otherwise, when people give up that much to cross the line, we give them the benefit of the doubt.
And I think that's fair. I'm not necessarily criticizing here, just merely bringing it up as a talking point, because at the end of the day, I think all of this stuff deserves to be continuously looked at.
I think it does need to be aired, but I would caution people of something that I fell in a trap about 20 years ago. I ended up becoming a vice president of a rod and gun club, and I just assumed you joined a rod and gun club.
Little did he know.
Probably pro-2A. And the person talked about hunting, talked about everything out, and turned out to be one of the most negative people on the Second Amendment. And I went to call him out, I found there were 4 other members of the club that were like, hey, don't pick on him because we kind of agree with him on a lot of issues. And I was like, wow, squeeze me? Like, I thought like I was in the safety zone, the cone of silence area, where I could say whatever. And I was like, wow. And I think, just because I think we're dumb sometimes that we look at somebody that if they walk into a Turner Sporting Goods or they walk into a mom and pop FFL, well, they're obviously one of us. But I learned during the pandemic that a lot of people that walk through my good friend Jeff's store up in Glendora, and you know him, we're not Republicans and we're not pro-2A, but they still want a gun. We know that when we had the doxing of CCW holders in the Capitol, several members of the opposing party that opposes and vote against you and I lawfully having a firearm have CCWs and got them for their staff as well. So I think that we got to be very careful sometimes when someone sticks their neck out politically and says, I'm crossing the lines and I'm for you, that we give a lot of people a free admission into our community and just, oh, well, they went to a gun show. They obviously, David Midd went to gun shows. He's never one of us.
Yeah, no kidding. And I guess to a certain degree, though, we're relying on you to help decipher that for us. So I think it's great that we have a platform here where we can communicate on these things, and I'm sure after these elections have been long gone and we're into the legislative season of 2025, you're going to be able to effectively communicate those things. So really looking forward to that, and for that matter, as I'm looking at this, guys, California is starting to fill out a little bit. I'm seeing some things come in on the California Senate. Some stuff like
Senate
that.
District 1, if I remember right, would be Megan Dolly.
Correct.
And
There hasn't been a right call in that race, but they're both Republicans.
yeah, so she'll be up. Hawaii did go for Harris, and I am so happy.
Oh,
so
no way.
Yeah, so the days, Kevin, that my son who's in law enforcement has hated where, oh, I only took $950, you can't touch me, appeared to no longer be in effect come January 1 because Prop 36 passed, and I'm going to let you read the numbers.
Yeah, so Prop 36 passed 70.6 to 29.4. Astounding numbers for
Which
Prop
means
36.
Gavin Newsom is sitting up north going, ow.
Yeah, and I guess by the vote tally here, you guys, if you are still with us and watching, you probably know what Prop 36 is. In case you don't, Prop 36 is the proposition that would remove some of the conditions that we have in California that make it essentially legal to shoplift up to $1,000 without facing any sort of prosecution from law enforcement. I talked with Chad Bianco a couple weekends ago about this at the Route 66.
Yeah.
And he just, it's kind of rough getting confirmation from a law enforcement officer like that, just how negatively laws like that in California have impacted the public, not just taking things away from stores, but driving these companies out of the state and out of these areas where people need things, making it harder for then those people to live their lives. You see huge increases in crime that's not being reported as crime. So that ends up being an issue just in misrepresenting statistics in the state, especially when those statistics end up being a driving force for things like legislation later. So really good to see Prop 36 passing by a huge margin there. I guess while we're on this map, do we have any updates on these?
Well, it looks
these
like
swing
Nebraska and Hawaii have both changed. It looks like Hawaii went for Harris and Nebraska went for Trump.
So what does that do to the overall vote?
So no change for Trump because it was just the last district.
Okay, so you're talking about the last district getting called in Nebraska, which ends up filling it in on our map, but no change as far as the Electoral College. So with Hawaii, you've still got Trump at 232, looking for 38 more Electoral College votes. You've got Harris at 216, closing
Trump
the gap
is only
there.
up 16 Electoral College votes over Harris. This is the closest they've been all evening.
Yes, and it looks like Harris has made a little bit of ground on the popular vote as well, although Trump's still leading the popular vote.
By 4.2 million.
By 4.2 million as opposed to, 5.1, which is
yeah,
what
and I think at this point in the evening, that's something we should to hold on while we're getting the update on those other states from him. But, I mean, one of the things was this was predicted throughout the past probably 90 days to be a popular vote where Harris was clearly going to be way out in front of Trump. That was never to be close. What was to be close was going to be this fight for the wall, as it was called. And that doesn't seem to be the case right now, which is also making me feel like, hey, we might actually have a chance. And if you look at Polymarket, Harris is down to 3.4%, according to the people in the market, and Trump's at 96.9%. Now, obviously, this is an outlier for us. We're watching, the marketplace of ideas with their money of what they think is going to happen. But again, I'll point out, that is people joining a market, Kevin, saying, yeah, no, I'm so excited about this. I think Trump's got it. That they're dumping money in
even
to make 3 cents.
Yeah, I was gonna say just to make 3 cents on the dollar. So
yeah, and people have pulled out of the Harris thing, which is tubing that.
Yeah, so definitely some gains there. I'm really hoping that before
can we see the updates on the other?
Before we turn off here at 10 o'clock, we can get some resolution here, especially on Georgia and Pennsylvania. So what are those currently looking like? Any change there?
Yeah, he's looking at, so Pennsylvania's got 85% collected, which is pretty interesting. And it looks like there's no change. Trump is holding a solid 51 and Harris at basically 48. So it's a 3 percentage points ahead. So depending on what's happening in a couple of the counties there, but 50.8 to Harris is 48.5 in Georgia, and that's with 93%. So we're about 2% away from where I thought.
Originally you said they'd probably call it at
right
95.
around 95. So I think once we get there, I know the last time I checked with him, Baldwin County was at 99%. What's Fayette at? Or Fayette?
Fayette, I think that was around 90, about 99 too.
So 99% there as well.
Yeah, so with those both that close.
We're still mainly looking for, Georgia's waiting for Clinch County, Brooks County, and yeah, it looks like the majority around 95, 90%, except for those two counties that still haven't reported.
So we're looking at not necessarily the counties that we're waiting to get reported on in Georgia that you were necessarily concerned about. Would that implicate positivity or negativity?
Positivity, it should, because based on where those counties have been historically, he should carry the day in both of those counties, and so that would bode well. We're still trying to see where we're at. Wisconsin, Trump is increasing his lead. It's 51.2 to 47.3 with 77% in. I'm still watching some of the updates coming in on this. Harris has went down a little bit in Arizona.
Trump as well,
come up. Minnesota, Harris is still out. The only ones I was still waiting to see was kind of
Nevada and Arizona.
Yeah, well, Arizona.
Oh, you just said Arizona.
So I'm still waiting to kind of see where Nevada shakes out, and I'm still trying to figure out. I didn't see Michigan. So.
Well, surely with these swing states still waiting to come in, as well as a view of the popular vote, we're going to keep an eye on this. Certainly seems like the pro-2A candidate being Donald Trump has several paths to that 270, as it is kind of looking a lot closer than
this is just
I originally thought.
Harris is at 26.2 to 73% in Nevada, but this is only with 2%.
Yeah, that's only.
So
it's really.
It's always fun to look at that, but Washoe County, as I said, that is the county that's going to decide to stay in Nevada, just like Maricopa is the one that will decide to stay in Arizona.
Right. So maybe we can get a look at Washoe and Maricopa, but Before we do that, and I still want to hit the supermajority with you, I
let's do
still
it.
want to talk about DUI Dave Min and take a closer look at the way California.
Let's go to DUI Dave.
Well, first though, I want to keep this ever present in the minds of everyone watching here, guys. We're trying to stick to our roots. We're getting deeper into California, and I guess at this point, Rick, it's 9:15. I think it would be responsible for us to basically commit to probably a couple of videos following this live stream about how California has shaped out. As you know, we're coming up to the 10 o'clock hour here. We're likely not going to have the vote tallies by the end of the night. We will be following up with videos on the way California
We could probably do a good one on maybe this weekend.
Yeah.
And show how it shaped out. Yeah.
Absolutely. But before we do that, I want to stay true to the roots, you guys. If you haven't seen this yet, we've got a couple of promos. If you are not a member of CRPA, now is as good a time as it has ever been for the fight for the Second Amendment in California. I'm talking about the Bruin decision from 2022 and the removal of the Chevron doctrine as far as Second Amendment litigation is concerned. We've got full steam ahead on a lot of our lawsuits. We've got some great placement as far as our chess pieces in Sacramento as far as getting pro-Second Amendment legislature introduced, as well as fighting against anti-Second Amendment legislation, so if you're not 100% familiar with what CRPA is, let's go ahead and run these promos one more time.
We are in troubled times.
We're not stopping here.
Landmark gun laws.
It's getting worse.
Where sometimes it is hard to define what is right and wrong.
I look forward to signing each and every one of those common sense gun bills.
I'm prepared to go back to muskets.
Do you have no common decency?
During these times, we search for what is steadfast, what is lasting, and what we know. The Second Amendment is lasting. The Founding Fathers said, "The right of self-defense never ceases. It is among the most sacred and alike necessary to nations and individuals." CRPA follows those same values and has been doing so for over 147 years. There are many fly-by-night groups that promise success and say they stand for foundational values, but look deeper and you find they are not as steadfast as one would think. In a world where it's necessary to protect yourself and your loved ones, CRPA stands with you in that. We will not concede, and we will hold the line to defend the second. Now, like really no other time that we have experienced in our lifetimes, it is important to defend those values and not allow others to water down our voice. Now is the time to join CRPA and be part of something real and lasting.
All right, I just can't get enough of it. Sorry, guys. that's like my favorite video. So we just kind of looked at the national map, and I actually looked at the poll times for Alaska. They don't even close until 1 a.m. So
that's because it's way
which
there.
is fair. So while we're assuming that Alaska is going to have 3 electoral college votes for Trump, that is certainly something that we are not going to see before the stream ends. We are hoping that some of these swing states end up coming in before the stream ends, so that we can get a little bit more clarity on who is going to be.
Well, I'm actually game with you in the last 10 minutes if they haven't already called it.
To make a bet?
Well, not just to make a bet, but to give a very educated guess based on where things are at, where they're going to shake out at. Because some of these, Michigan may not be before we finish up tonight.
Sure.
Wisconsin's getting pretty freaking razor close, but there's a couple of the others that we're definitely in almost to the 95% mark. That based on where a couple of counties are, we'll go to Kurt at that point and go through it. But let's right now.
I think that's fair, and I think that we both, at least the way things are looking now, might end up having the same prediction. I just saw something else though. What is this one coming in?
Vince Fong, who had Kevin McCarthy, the former Speaker of the House District. Vince Fong had worked with him. Vince Fong, a very big friend of the Second Amendment community, has won his congressional district, so he will be returning to Congress now, not just filling in the end of McCarthy's, but now as a full-fledged elected congressman, and so that is great.
I remember you talking about this with me on a video prior to today. So this is Kevin McCarthy's district, so it's not exactly a district that's getting flipped, but
they tried.
Oh,
they spent a lot of money.
But Vince Fong ends up taking it. How is Vince Fong on the Second Amendment?
He's outstanding. You couldn't ask for anything better, but I don't want to gloss over something because I think we tend to sometimes here, and that is, our community, Kevin, sees anything less than me going, this person won, as like, okay, well, why is that a big deal? The big deal is when I say Vince Fong won tonight, that means Vince Fong not just won, but Vince Fong also drained the Democratic coffers by a lot of money. They put a lot of money out to make sure he didn't win, and they lost. And that's something we talked about in our primary thing was the Dems lost a lot of money in a lot of areas. And so as we continue to look at some of the races like Katie Porter's race where David Minn's at, which we're going to talk about.
Yeah.
I'm all excited about that. And hopefully Kurt's going to put up something that's going to be really nice about that too. But as we're starting to look at those races, we're starting to see how much money, how bloody this fight has got. The governor has gotten into like different cities who has sued him and said, get out of our city, quit trying to bring in high density housing, quit trying to force homeless here, quit trying to take away our Second Amendment rights, among many. And that is the patchwork of California tonight that's going to be really interesting to see how this turns out.
Well, talking about that work, I mean, I know that that's a congressional district, but talking about the state, Senate, and assembly districts as these shape out, and as we talk about who wins, let's talk about some experiences that you've already had. We were talking about the supermajority earlier, how detrimental it can be to our cause. However, there are a couple of situations where we've overcome it. And I know that they run Senate Bill 2 after failing the year prior.
6 years prior.
Yeah, six straight years. But I know that you were very instrumental in defeat. What was it, Senate Bill 626 prior to being Senate Bill 2?
I don't remember.
Or something like that. But
so many
it basically, they tried to put an emergency order on it, which would have basically made those sensitive areas, they would have put them into law immediately, as opposed to the way legislation normally works, which is, it gets signed by the governor on, in August or September or whenever, and then it goes into effect the following year, either in January or July, like we've seen a lot of legislation.
We were able to stop it and the 11% excise tax when they both required a 2/3 vote. And because of the emergency clause.
But my question to you is, what is the work? What is the amount of work as a lobbyist and an advocate for the Second Amendment in Sacramento to overcome that supermajority on something like the 11% tax, like we did so many times, or like Senate Bill 2, like you did a couple years ago?
There's a ton of work to do that. I won't go into the entire thing, but it's a lot of me. It's trying to find who are the people that may have a grudge, may have things that they're upset with somebody else. And a lot of the time, it's just getting people not to vote. If we can prevent those votes from going in. And so we did. We had members of the Democratic Party that just didn't show up. They came from districts that have a lot of people, maybe in agriculture and other areas that are very pro-Second Amendment, and got enough of your grassroots people and other people calling up, got people going to the local district offices, and mounted that campaign and was able to stop it.
And not just stop it, kind of stop it year after year.
Yeah.
Again, I know that a couple of these did end up passing in the last legislative session, but you're talking about 6, 7, 8 straight years of them trying to pass this kind of legislation where we consistently beat it back and beat it back and beat it back. That's a lot of time. That's a lot of effort going into those bills. But now it's time for the litigation to take over.
Yeah, and I would like to bring up something about that a lot of people miss. You know, there's so many people that I hear, I know you do too, that say like, well, okay, I'm just going to leave California and go and then insert a state here in the West. Yet the 11% excise tax is being passed in states round one. Like it took them 7 years to get it passed here. And now we're litigating the crud out of it. But in a lot of these other states that people have fled to because their rights are going to be protected, year one, lost. And so I don't think people realize how hard we fight, how successful we are, and how them leaving hurts other states in the nation. Stay here and fight for California. Don't give the ground up.
Well, yeah, and that's what we're doing, and we are seeing a lot of legislation, and I know that there is a lot in another deep blue state of Illinois that we're seeing a lot of Second Amendment litigation come out of that they're constantly in a battle with.
Yeah.
So you kind of have these ground zero states that ends up spreading to the rest of the country, and you're right. It's like the more advocacy that you take out of the state, the more likely it is to get enacted here. And once it is, other states take that as precedent and they do it themselves. So definitely something worth advocating for here. And I'm glad to hear you say that, because a lot of time and effort from volunteers as well as the staff that we have here goes into the grassroots advocacy of it. I know that recently we've brought on some tools for our advocates to use to, kind of create a direct line from them to their elected
Our monthly training meetings and
officials.
stuff that we have with people up and down the state has been an incredible force multiplier.
And how so what are you got those force multipliers, you got those tools that people can use to effectively advocate. How does that translate to your job and the weight that it has on you?
It helps a great deal. I mean, I love Capitol Day. We have another one coming up this next year. And if you're listening to the program, haven't taken part, I encourage you to get involved in Kevin's grassroots groups. And then from there is where we draft the people that go to Capitol Day. But, when we're able to teach people how to tell their story in a fixed amount of time, that is a game changer of epic proportions. What our lawyers do is incredible. And, shout out to them all the time. They are, as you know, we are so blessed. But one of the things that we don't always talk about is how many bills we stop from ever getting to the courtroom. Because, quite honestly, our lawyers cannot handle the load that is thrown at us every year, and nor could we afford that battle. But we're able to beat back so much of this because, when I had a young girl walk into a very highly adversarial office and make this comment, she said, "Do you not understand that there are literally 1 million trigger pulls in my sport, my shooting sport at the high school level, not one ambulance? I go to a small high school and our football team has had 7 ambulance trips." And I'll never forget the look on the legislator's face, who is not a friend of ours at all. And he said, "You guys really are safer." And she's like, "Yeah." And he goes, "Can you verify the trigger pulls?" And she was able to pull the data right out there. That story prevented that individual from, I mean, he came up with other crappy arguments, but the one of how unsafe they were in high school sports stopped.
Well, I think that goes to two things. First of all, the polarized, the polarization of the state and the lack of education, just allowing people to understand how high a priority safety is within the firearms community. There are just way too many people that are not active in the firearms community that understand that. But then also the advocacy effort. You have this advocate who is basically representing the community to an elected official and turning them around. So that's gotta feel so uplifting and have so much power.
It feels so great, you know. And I'm always sitting there going, no, that's not true. But then again, too, when I had another lady of color get up, and after hearing this woman that's always up in the Capitol tell the story of how a bullet from an AR-15 was fired 10 feet away from her and knocked her on the floor.
Yeah.
Now everybody knows, like,
it's not happening.
Nope, never happened. I say that, and it falls often on deaf ears because of who I represent. But when she said that, I watched two members of that dais go out and question that lady, and you know what? I haven't seen that lady back in.
Oh, that's interesting.
Spewing that. So, you know, getting somebody who is up there that can tell their story and confront those issues, it's incredibly helpful.
Well, I think that as time goes on, these tools, they only get more and more effective. Yep. Hopefully that helps, but I think it is definitely worth understanding what the supermajority is here in California and why it's so important, which is why we have seen the PAC this year endorse more people than the CRPA PAC has ever endorsed, and it places so much priority on the California legislature so that people understand who is pro and who is against the Second Amendment.
We followed literally into this election. We looked at over 4,000 races from the lowest level all the way to the top, and reached out to candidates, campaign managers, etc. We did interviews, we did questionnaires, we looked at voting records, we compiled all that data. As you know, my department's not that big. We have we have two people and then some part-time contract workers that work with us. We brought all that data to bear to try to give voter guides to as many people in our community to at least let them know where those people were on the Second Amendment. And I think that has proven to be very, very effective. So, you know, tonight as we're looking at the elections, we're seeing that, you know, popular votes for various candidates and from the president on down are being very effective. I want to know from Kurt if you could, has anything broke loose like in the Orange County area with some of those critical races? Or?
No, nothing of the critical races yet.
Okay. Well, right now is all. Let's talk about one race
in Orange County.
In Orange County, in particular, and
one
that's
of my favorites.
my favorite too. So, if you guys aren't aware, I guess we can just have some of these stories out, and I'm talking about Dave Min. The first time I met Dave Min in person, if you remember, I was pretty displeasured to have to report this, but actually I went to a Moms Demand Action meeting. I thought it was really interesting. It was a Moms Demand Action meeting. This was back in, it must have been 2016 or 2017.
Yeah.
The meeting was pretty interesting, especially when you compare it to something like a CRPA chapter meeting now. The meeting started with kind of an awkward prayer to just to a spirit, because they didn't want to identify a specific God, but it started with a prayer, and then we basically went around the room and talked about our feelings, and then the person who was leading the meeting basically read off a list of national legislative victories that the gun controllers had. I ended up getting kicked out of the meeting because I ended up asking why they weren't supporting the legislation, or why they weren't denouncing the legislation that was being passed at the time that let criminals out early on parole. And they essentially kicked me out of the meeting because of it. But Dave Min was there. He was there as somebody who was going to be running for the state legislature, and he made himself very well known in that circle, at least, as someone who was going to attack the gun rights of people in Orange County and the state. And I guess to his credit, like, that's exactly what he has attempted to do. We've seen it with a lot of legislation throughout the years that he's been in the legislature. We now have litigation against some of the legislation that he has brought, but I think ultimately there is a type of arrogance that some of these people carry that I feel is worth discussing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Jacob, we have an attachment for this. I think we actually played it on the last live stream, but I think it's worth reminding everybody the kind of behavior that some of these legislative officials carry. If you could roll that, it should be attachment 16.
So it's DUI Dave.
Yeah, good old DUI Dave.
Man, I couldn't even believe the shit, man. And I guess I'm little too, so.
Do I need to take the test or no? There's no way to not believe this.
And I assume this is all going to the Senate leadership and all that too.
On the night of May.
Okay, so here's what happens. He tries, if you watch this video go on, he tries to get out of it. He tries to, like, hey, is the Senate leadership going to find out about this? Like, who else going to know? Because he gets busted in Sacramento. Dave Minn's not a tall guy. He's not an overweight guy. He's very much in shape for his size, but he can't handle his alcohol, and he was twice the legal limit. He got pulled over, swerving around with no lights on in his car. It was rather obvious. And then he tries to get both the CHP officers who patrol the streets up there around the Capitol to let him off. They knew who he was. They called a sergeant. He tries to sweet to talk to sergeant. Sergeant's like, no, there ain't no sweet talking. Like, this is what it is. But the irony is Dave Minn has made it his mission in life to talk about how he is the big daddy government guy who's going to keep everybody safe. And he got nailed for drunk driving, which is the opposite of keeping everybody safe.
I think there's plenty of data showing that you are a lot less safe if you're driving under the influence of alcohol. And it does end up being ironic, but it also ends up feeding into this overall sentiment of what does a bad legislator actually cost us as Californians?
Millions.
Yeah, but millions how?
Well, so it costs you several ways. Number one, every piece of legislation has a price tag on it. There is incredible amounts of work that go on by staff, by the government's accounting offices, by various non-governmental organizations, NGOs like CRPA that get involved in it. Then if that piece of legislation is unconstitutional, which in the case of people like Senator Anthony Portantino, the most overturned senator, I believe, so far in California history on the Second Amendment, David Minn, who was in a competition with him, and others like them, this literally costs the taxpayer because the state will defend its legislators and go to court. And then when the state finally loses, sometimes 5, 7, 8 years down the road, the state has already spent sometimes a couple $1 million over that time period of taxpayer money that could have went to, and this is the point I want to make, could have went to handle cancer research, feeding homeless kids, doing all sorts of things that would truly benefit society. But instead, after they've been warned repeated times, after I've spent hours, my colleagues have spent hours in their offices with their staff saying, here's the court case. Our lawyers call me. I mean, Matt Cabero helps write the gun law book with Chuck Michelle. Matt calls me all the time. Make sure they know this, make sure they know that. I go in, I do make sure they know that. And then they look and go, that won't work in court. And then it does. And then the next year you go back into David Minn, you go, okay, you ran this snarky little bill of yours. You got the governor to sign it. We've already got it stopped. Yeah, it's going nowhere. And now you're going to run another bill that's making the same violation? And there's the arrogance. Yeah, I am. Because of what you said. He knows now he can go back to Moms and Demands Action and say, I did another one. Can I have some more campaign money?
Right.
Can I have some more campaign money? Which is why I hope he loses this election tonight because A, he's gone from the Capitol, and B, he doesn't get to go to Congress and make it worse.
No kidding. And you know what? I think that as far as like jaded Californians are concerned, you have the infringement of our rights. I think this is where this really feeds into like the scorn of that jadedness when you're talking about what a bad legislator costs you, because not only is there the taxpayer cost to that legislation, there is also then the financial effort that goes to backing something like the B&L Productions versus Newsom lawsuit. That is aside from taxes, but then on top of that, you're also paying the taxes, or you're also paying for the attorneys who are fighting for that legislation with tax money as well. So we continue to see.
And you missed a whole other big piece.
Well, lay it out.
So let's take B&L Production. That's a great one that you brought up. So this is about gun shows and stuff. So now gun shows have been limited through this fight and process. So now places where single moms, places where people in lower economic circumstances who maybe don't have a gun store in their neighborhood were able to go to a gun show, able to go to several gun stores that had booths at that gun show, learn, so A, get an education, B, try to get the best pricing, C, make whatever arrangements to pick that firearm at their store, not at the gun show. So that's another lie that's been perpetuated we could talk ad nauseum about. There's an economic cost to that because now they don't have that resource. So now when harm comes to them at their door, what's the cost that they survive it? What is the long-term cost? I can tell you, because I got to hear this year in the Capitol. A victim of a violent crime in California's 20-year costs is over $500,000 to that family. $500,000. And then you start to run the numbers in any given county of how many victims there are. We're talking millions and millions of dollars annually. That's part of the cost that no one looks at.
Which is why, you made it such a precedent to make sure and get these endorsements out for these candidates. And again, guys, we're coming up to 9:45 here, and I think the right thing to do, Rick, would maybe be to take a look at the California map right now and see how California's shaping out. If you could let us know,
national,
if you could let us know what specific races we want to look for. I think the Dave Min race is definitely one that we're going to be following up with on a video. I think perhaps the Steve Garvey race is something we could talk about.
Well,
in a video.
Garvey has already lost.
Oh, he's already lost.
Yeah.
So that's an update that I did not see.
Yeah. So Adam Schiff clearly won that. We assumed he would. So that's a done deal. And so we were able to see that. We also, when we're looking at the California Senate races, we're looking at some of the different districts. We're hoping, like down here in Orange County in 37, that Stephen Choi, who had been an assembly member, could beat Josh Newman, who has just been horrible on the Second Amendment. But that is a very gerrymandered district. When you look at how they cut it, is got the weirdest lines on it. There are several others in that area. Kurt, if you can continue to scroll.
Can we stick on that Newman Choi one?
Yeah.
So it looks like Choi is leading with 50% of the vote.
No.
In. Oh, I'm sorry. He's a little bit down.
Newman is leading. Yeah.
I think, and maybe perhaps again in a follow-up video, it's worth really diving
Yeah.
into this. Newman outspent Choi something like 3,000%.
Yeah. The amount of money that was poured into this race, these series of races, was incredible. The DNC in California literally dropped hundreds of millions of dollars compared to the Republicans. And that's another thing that I will say. There's a lot of people on our side that they are $25 donors, and we've got to start getting some of the people to put a little bit more money, or at least to put time in. You don't have the money, I get it. Go give them a day or two so they don't have to pay for walkers and things like that in future races. Or better yet, run yourself.
No kidding.
And we at CRPA, we're one of the few NGOs that offer the training to teach you how to run for office and be successful.
And that is another thing that's worth highlighting that
Yeah.
kind of got introduced this year, but isn't only just for this year.
Right.
There are plenty of elections coming up. So that's a program that you can find on CRPA.org.com. If you are fed up what's going on in your local area and you think it might be worth it to run, we've
Bring
got
up
some
the national
resources
stuff.
there for you. And again, just as a conclusion for these state maps, I understand they're not really filled out yet. I was hoping that we would get a little bit more information on the California maps, but I guess, lucky you guys, we'll just have to do a couple of follow-up videos with Rick on how those elections ended up mapping out. But let's take one final look here at these swing states, where a very important state, actually, as I'm looking at it, just got colored red. So what's going on with this final look at the map?
So Georgia just got colored red. I'm going to assume that's
holy smokes.
Yeah, so we're at 248 now for former President Donald Trump, maybe soon to be president. That literally puts us 22 votes away. Trump is still out ahead at
19 votes if you count 3 for Alaska.
Yes.
Is there a specific state that actually carries 19 votes?
Well, we're going to look at that once I can get Kurt to work with me a little bit and start scrolling. Pennsylvania, which has 86% of the vote in, would give the election to the president. Georgia has already went to us with 93, so as you can see, I was pretty right that once we got to 95%,
it was going to get called.
It would get called. Michigan gives us 15, and we're ahead there. Wisconsin, we're ahead with 81% of the vote in, which is 10. So, before we go too much farther, if you go back up a little bit for me, Kurt, there's a side thing that you guys can't see out there on TV land, but we can. So right now, Kevin, I would say I'm very confident that Donald Trump will secure the Electoral College at some point tonight, because looking at it right now, Michigan could still go to Harris. It could happen. It's only 53% of the vote in. But the 10 votes for Wisconsin, I'm fairly confident are going to go to Donald Trump. I'm fairly confident that we're going to get, if you go back up a little bit, I'm fairly confident where we sit right now in Pennsylvania that there's a chance we could get it.
Almost 90% of the vote in Pennsylvania. Donald Trump is up 50.9 to 48.1.
Yeah, so that's almost 2 percentage points.
That's almost 3 percentage points.
So at 3%, I would feel more confident calling that at 90% in, but I honestly think it's 88 right now, so we're fairly close. So, and you still got Nevada, Arizona, so there are multiple pathways to a Trump victory. We're seeing in Michigan, it's changing. Wisconsin's 81% in, and Arizona, it's still way too early to call that one. So I think right now I'm comfortable saying Minnesota will go to Harris. Nevada, I'm gonna say I'm pretty hopeful that it will go to us, but yeah, I think Donald Trump will have both the Electoral College. The popular votes, the only thing is California continues to count its votes and stuff. There are some avenues where she could actually end up coming out ahead on the popular vote still.
Well, we kind of started the stream optimistic, and we're going to end the stream optimistic as well. You guys got to be sure and check the community page. We will do a comparison of my predictions versus Rick's predictions versus what actually happened. Once all of the votes are in, maybe you can leave a comment of who you think is going to come closer to what actually happened. I may or may not be saying that because I believe I've already won that bet. But
you've already won the bet. I have no problems conceding that. What I will say, though, Kevin, is you'll win it on the typical way that the LA Times likes to win votes, because they look at California being all blue when it's not. And I think when we do the deep dive, which I look forward to doing with you on states like New Hampshire, New York, and a couple of ones that you even called in question, I think are viewership and our people are going to see what we mean, that those states are actually not blue like we have them on the map and everybody else does, but they're becoming more purple or pink, whatever color you want to call it.
And I appreciate the hell out of you for being as optimistic as you are. Again, those were things that I would have been just as happy to lose.
I know you would have been.
So, but the way that this is shaping out, guys, I guess my prediction also would be that the majority of these states that are left are going to end up going to Trump, which would show us a
so
Trump
let's, for
presidency.
fun, say this. So I will say right now, Pennsylvania will go to Donald Trump. And I will say that Michigan will most likely go to Donald Trump. Wisconsin definitely will. And I will call Nevada and Alaska. Arizona, I have questions on. Minnesota, I think, is going to go to Harris.
I'm sticking to my original prediction. I think Pennsylvania, Michigan, Wisconsin, Nevada, Arizona, and Alaska will all go to Trump. And the only other electoral college votes that Kamala Harris will get is going to be from Minnesota. Either way, guys, I want to thank you for coming along this journey with us. If you ever wondered what a long car ride with me and Rick would be like, you kind of experienced it here today.
Minus all the jokes.
Minus all the jokes that may or may not be in the car.
Right.
But definitely appreciate you coming on this journey with us. I hope that you, just like we, will be paying attention to this on our drives home tonight. Keep following along. We want to push for the pro-Second Amendment candidate with the endorsement from the CRPA PAC, as we've made it abundantly clear throughout this stream, is Donald Trump. So that's what we're going to be looking for. Just as a quick recap, and one thing that I wanted to ingrain here is that we did get confirmation that the Senate went to Republicans, which makes it very promising and likely that we will see good confirmations of Supreme Court justices if that is going to happen over the next 2 years.
Correct.
Which is when, how long it's going to be until we see more Senate elections. So that's something. Again, another huge shout out to our sponsors of this channel. That is CCW Safe, as well as Police Credit Union. I want to thank them for their contributions, and we are going to keep mentioning them so long as they keep sponsoring this channel. Jacob, if you haven't already, you should probably put links to those two down in the comments. And hey, guys, a huge shout out to you, Jacob, behind the curtain here. We've had Jacob and Kurt. I want to thank you guys, and Rick, thanks for being on with me today.
Great team.
And why don't we go ahead and end this the way that you end the radio show?
And as always, folks, be safe, shoot straight,